Good morning, everyone. Just letting you know that we will be starting in 10 minutes. Thanks. In 5 minutes. It's 8:45 now, so we're starting at 8:50. Right. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the session, our day 3 of the conference. My name is Ndumiso Ngiti from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and I'll be the program director for today's session in this venue. Okay, just a disclaimer. I feel like a pretender to the throne here because this is not my field. So I've been asked to program direct the field. So I'm as much a student today as I am an academic outside of this venue. I'll be program directing today's session, this workshop on the integrating indigenous and underutilized crops into national agricultural policies. And we have a group of vibrant speakers today here with us. Are you guys ready? So just a brief about the session. So it comes in the face of climate change, population growth that we've been observing. I think we don't even have to read the news. We just need to walk outside to see these changes happening. And of course, increasing food insecurities in different households and the need for more sustainable and resilient agricultural systems. We see that the need today is much greater than in previous years. So indigenous and underutilized crops offer a promising solution with the potential to enhance biodiversity, improve food security, and support sustainable agricultural practices. But despite these advantages, IUCs, so indigenous and underutilized crops, remain overlooked in national agricultural frameworks and often excluded from mainstream research, development, and commercialization efforts. And we're hoping that our researchers will then fill those gaps. So this planning workshop, this particular session, addresses the need for the structured and strategic integration of IUCs into the national agricultural policies and practices with the goal of forming a research team dedicated to creating effective policy recommendations and advocacy strategies. And the workshop also serves as a platform to brainstorm, collaborate, and generate actionable solutions. So participants today will be exploring how IUCs can contribute to food security, agricultural resilience, and environmental sustainability while identifying gaps in current policies that hinder their inclusions. So the workshop today is centered around three critical pillars. The first being policy recommendations for IUC integration. The second being capacity building in advocacy, research, and community engagement, and collaborative expertise. Ultimately, the workshop aims to then influence decision makers, engage key stakeholders, and promote a more inclusive, sustainable agricultural system that recognizes the value of indigenous and underutilized crops. So I'm gonna open the session. We have a keynote address this morning with Ms. Moloko Mochalepelo, who's the Directorate in the Plant Production in the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development. So just a bit about Ms. Moloko Mochalepelo. She is, as I've said, a production scientist in the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, and Rural Development in the Directorate of Plant Production. She's deeply committed to advancing indigenous crops, aiming to integrate these crops into mainstream food systems by promoting their production, value adding, and commercialization. She was instrumental in developing the National Strategy for Indigenous Food Crops, which focused on promoting indigenous crop production and consumption, fostering research and technology development, and establishing sustainable production practices. Her expertise spans over a decade of experience, having served as a senior plant officer and agronomist from 2006 to 2018, during which time she led the development and implementation of policies and programs designed to support sustainable grain production practices, further solidifying her role as key player in the agricultural policy and development sector. So, yeah, she's a big name. She's a big player, so yeah. Please, we welcome you. If you can join us for your presentation, your keynote address. Let us welcome her with a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Presented you, yeah. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. We are very delighted as the department that today we are forming part of this important annual event in this institution. We missed the first and second ones because this is the third one, but we are not late because our contribution has been pending, because agriculture's role, no one will feel it except agricultural people, so we are not late. So as it was said by Program Director, I'm Moloko Mujapelo from this long name department, then under Plan Production Directorate. Actually, I'm responsible for unit called Indigenous Foods and Grain Crops. So I'm doing this presentation on behalf of my director who couldn't make it for this event due to other commitments. So we were instructed to develop a presentation around strategic importance of indigenous and underutilized crops in national agricultural policies and strategies. I will try to use the acronym because the name is long form, indigenous and underutilized. It's not easy to say underutilized, especially in the presence of. Yeah, okay. I'll start with introducing the mandate of our directorate, which is to provide national leadership and support to plant production sector in South Africa for ensuring food security, economic development, and poverty alleviation. We know the important role that the crop production sector plays in terms of food production to ensure that our nation is food secured, and also household, yeah. Then we know the other role for job creation and income generation for our farmers. The other thing is that our crop production gives us opportunity to increase profit through exports. So how do we make sure that these elements are realized? Is through the development, promotion, and coordination of the appropriate regulatory frameworks and practices. What do we mean by appropriate regulatory frameworks and practices? We mean the relevance of these policies to address our agricultural challenges. Then we come to functions. What are we doing every day when we wake up to the department? We develop, promulgate, promote national policies to support sustainable plant production and quality. We know our quality and sustainability is very important. Without them, we can't earn any income, we can't have food. So the other function is to develop and promote implementation of programs to improve crop production. Programs such research and other farmer development funded programs. We also ensure effective regulation and monitor compliance to national regulatory policy framework. In our case, we do have Plant Improvement Act that provides for quality seed and propagating material. Then the other function, we provide advisory and technical services on crop production matters. In terms of our clients, we're serving sister departments, provincial governments, farmers, industry as a whole, and others. Then this is our little structure. We do have 3 units in our directorate. We have the one that administers Plant Improvement Act. This is for registration of businesses that are dealing with seeds. They either planting, selling, or even conditioning the seed. We are also developing quality standards for each crop. We are responsible for listing of varieties that is updated regularly. Then we also evaluate for varieties if ever we doubt if they are valuable in terms of cultivation and commercialization. Then we are responsible for imports and exports. We regulate that, the incoming and outcoming of seed or propagating material. We'll also regulate seed schemes. Then in terms of programs, these are the units that I'm in. We have these 246 commodities that we are responsible for. Then we do have a lab for testing, purity, and germination of seeds. Then today our focus will be on indigenous. Then before I get to challenges of these IUCs, you have the pamphlets with you that have definition on indigenous food or underutilized. These are the food that have origin in South Africa and Africa. So added to them are those which were introduced in this South Africa. They are well adapted to our climate, so they've been traditionalized or indigenized. Then indigenous food crops, we are categorizing them into three. We have grains, which is further subdivided into cereals and pulses. Your sorghum, your pearl millet, your bambara nuts, and cowpea. Then in terms of fruits, we do have marula, nam, kei-apple, and others. Then the third category is vegetables, which is also categorized further into leafy and tuber or roots. In terms of leaves, we have amaranth, imfino, and others. Then we also have cassava and madumbe. I'm not sure if Eastern Cape, you know them. Then, okay, when coming to the challenges, why these IUCs are not part of agricultural policies? We want to believe they were briefly neglected, especially by researchers and policymakers. The reason being the negative perception that is around the crops. So we know we call them poor man's food, the backwards food. That's why no one will need to protect that kind. So due to that, we have less information documented around them, especially on management of those crops and their value. So they are not covered by our Plant Improvement Act, which we know is the foundation of every crop to be commercialized. They have no quality standards. Then they're regarded as a poor seed, and their seed supply is informal. We won't find them in private seed companies. But lately I've seen the one of Imfino. Then we don't know the source of seed. Even the name, in Spade we call it Morogo, but that one small package is written Marog. So you can see something's missing there. So as a result, these crops find themselves competing with commercial crops for available farmer support funded programs. You know, most of government programs, especially for food security, they prioritize maize, soya bean, and dry bean. Then this is our regulatory framework for indigenous food crops. We do have policy on indigenous knowledge systems that is being administered by Department of Science and Innovation. So as the department, we are contributing to the implementation of this IKS policy. Then what we did, we developed a national strategy for indigenous food crops so that we can promote their production and consumption. So national strategy's purpose is to provide a foundation and framework for development of united, prosperous, and competitive indigenous food crop sector. These are the objectives that we have in our strategies. We want to support research and technology development. So currently we are funding these crops. We want to breed so that we develop improved varieties, cultivation practices, and some of the technology that will be learned from this research funding. The other objective is to support sustainable production. We are facing climate change, so our production is being threatened. We must come up with the solutions that will build resilience in terms of farming. We promote consumption by creating awareness on their value. Since we know the now generation, some they don't like them, some they don't know them. They say that they are not appealing because we just spoil. You know the traditional way of cooking. You just spoil amaranth. But if we can have these modern recipes where, you know, when we cook spinach, we even include the cream, spices, some robot peppers. We can do to amaranth as well. Because I'm advocating on these crops. I do have garden. I come up with my own recipes. So we have pizza spinach. We can substitute spinach with amaranth. Easy crop to plant, easy to cook. Only 15 minutes you are done. If you are cooking for nutritional, but you know the olden days, they just boil until it's brown. So it loses its nutrition. Then the other thing, we prove productivity and profitability through market development on both local and export. So here we're saying if we come up with new products from these crops, we may open the market opportunities, especially the export ones. Then here are some policies that are aligned to our national strategy. We have Conservation Agricultural Resource Act. This one is being administered by our sister directorate, Land Use Management. Here they're focusing on conservation of soil, water, and vegetation. Then we have Plant Improvement Act. This is in our directorate, where we ensure availability of quality seed and propagation material. Then we have Plant Breeders' Rights. This one is protection of IP rights for breeders, because if we don't reward them or if we don't protect them, then their research won't be sustainable, so we won't have new varieties. Then we do have National Environment Management Biodiversity Act. This one is also for protection of indigenous resources. So they want to make sure it provides fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from commercialization of indigenous resources. Then we do have national policy on food and nutrition security, which advocates for affordability, availability, accessibility of safe and nutritious food at both national and household levels. We do have climate smart agriculture strategic framework It also promotes sustainable use of natural resource, but this one is mainly focusing on risk mitigation adaptation, especially for climate change. Then, we were instructed to provide strategic importance of IUCs in 3 elements: enhancing biodiversity, improving food security, and improving agricultural resilience. So I'll start with enhancement of biodiversity. As we know, South Africa is rich in biodiversity, and we rank 3rd globally. And then it happens that our rich biodiversity is not fully exploited. So, and we also not appreciating it as it deserves. So as a result, we have gap on their knowledge. And then the other thing is that there's no awareness on their benefits. So there's uncertainty around which edible wild plants have potential. Then as a result, they are not protected, which result in agrobiodiversity loss. So by investing in our IUCs, we can conserve agricultural biodiversity and agro ecosystems. These crops has potential to increase crop productivity for both national food and nutrition security. So investing in this, in their research and development, we can strengthen seed system for conservation through seed banks, domestication, improved varieties, and also diversify food production system and our diets. So when we talk about these diets, I don't know you guys, but according to dietitian or nutritionist, when you have your meals, it should compose of starch, protein, and vegetables, micro and macronutrients. So it's a challenge, or from now on, if you didn't have this information before, when you prepare your meals, you must analyze what is in there. Then, if we have supportive policies, we'll be promoting sustainable agricultural practices of cultivation of and consumption of these crops. We'll also be able to preserve the rich biodiversity and traditional knowledge embedded in it. Then in terms of improving food security, our population rate is so high that automatically increase food demand. So we have challenge to improve our crop productivity. South African food and nutrition security situation is that nationally we are secured, but when you come to household level, it's another story. You go to ShopRite, Pick n Pay, the food is galore, but there are people who can afford. Yeah. Some will come to buy cheese, meat, veggies, seeds and nuts, but someone will come to buy that hot bread only. So we do have challenge in terms of household food security. So our IUCS, they promote and livelihood security, and they empower vulnerable communities economically and sustainably. They are a source of additional income for agriculture. They are also buffer against poverty in rural areas in terms of droughts and crop failure. Then they do have potential to address malnutrition and poverty because they are micro and macronutrients enriched. Then the novel crops that can be developed through these crops will offer job opportunities. They also offer potential market opportunities for new food and medicinal products. So their strategy to diversify our existing agri-food system that will be profitable, sustainable, and able to meet the needs of our country. Then in terms of fostering resilient agricultural systems, you know climate is a threat to our food security in our country. We know following the occurrence of disaster, farmers are affected socially and economically. So they are lost in terms of crop yields and land suitable for agricultural purposes. So our IUCS are able to reduce the impact and help to acclimatize to the effects of CC. They are ideal for de-risking cropping system. As you know, they are more adapted to extreme environments, and they also perform well in less favorable weather conditions. They do require less inputs, and therefore they reduce environmental impacts. As you know, pesticides and other chemicals, the negative impact they do have on our soils and environment. They are able to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. As you know, the plant-based products is projected that by 2050, 70% reduction of these emissions will be achieved as long as we use plant-based products. Then they also provide long-term sustainability of food and agricultural production system. So we say they deserve to be part of whatever approach for climate change adaptation. So what are consequences if we further ignore the consumption and production of these crops? We'll be losing genetic resources. As you know, when they do residentials and other mining opportunities, the land that they target, they remove whatever that is on the ground before they start construction. So that vegetation includes our genetic resources. They will also lose cultural importance, culturally important plants. As you know, they are our heritage and pride. So we'll also lose the important or alternative food sources. Then there will also be missing trade opportunities. And then the lack of investment in their research and development will miss the technologies to adapt to our climate change. So there will be a narrow focus on commercial agricultural sector that exclude these crops. This existing commercial agriculture sector, we know is not sustainable. It's no longer profitable because we have these challenges that they are threatening. Then what should be done to integrate these crops into agricultural policies? I mentioned that they are not covered by Plant Improvement Act, which is the foundation of commercialization of all crops. So we are proposing that the scope must be extended. Then there must be intensive investment in research so that we improve our crop. Then there's also a need for establishment of community production schemes so that we have quality seed or propagation material. We are proposing, let's support the initiatives around the indigenous crops. Maybe let's provide input like other crops. Because most of the time we'll find that indigenous crop farmers, they are complaining. Or we'll find that we are all farmers here. This one, most of them are producing dry bean, maize, and we'll only find that maybe 2 or 3, they are producing cowpeas and bambar. Then the extension officers will come with the bags of fertilizers they provide for dry bean and maize. Then they say, no, cowpea is not in our program. So let's support these farmers. Then we have to diversify our agri-food systems. We have to acknowledge indigenous knowledge systems. We know our elders, they've been doing these crops for a long time, so there's knowledge that they've acquired. We must also include them in school curriculum to create awareness on the benefits. So we need to collaborate as various actors and stakeholders to enhance public awareness on their benefits. Then on my conclusion, we say indigenous crops, they are homegrown solution. If we integrate them, we'll be able to address national triple challenges, namely poverty, unemployment, and inequality. So they will help us to reduce reliance on import. They will also burden on our South African basket. As we know now, we depend on maize, rice, and wheat, while we do have bosoka, millet, and others. We say let's increase global competitiveness through these crops. Then we need harmonization of policies on land and agriculture, environment, and health. As we know, they depend on each other. So for us to have proper coordination and effective implementation, we need to harmonize. Oh, thank you for your attention. For further information, okay. I believe there are no questions for keynote address.
Would you be willing to take questions? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that very wonderful presentation. We have about 5 minutes for Q&A and engaging our speaker, so I can take some questions, just 3 in a row, and then I'll allow the speaker to respond. Go ahead, sir.
Now the question is for when?
Do you have a question, sir?
I've got a question, but I want Dr. Kunai to be part of.
Oh, okay.
This, because I've realized that whenever we are talking about indigenous, this topic of indigenous crops, our livestock is not emphasized enough. We have a problem. We have a problem because we've got our indigenous sheep, we've got our indigenous cattle, we've got our indigenous goat, but it's not emphasized enough. And they're currently facing problems in our livestock. I mean, I've been in the livestock industry for many years, and we always fought not Dr. Q in class. But the livestock is not emphasized enough in all of these topics. For instance, I'm going to name a few problems that we've got with our indigenous livestock. We've got a lack of resources, veterinary services, for instance. We've got limited genetic diversity. We've got globalization and influx of exotic breeds. We've got urbanization, which limits space for these indigenous, yes. And we've got a problem of climate change. Why are our livestock not emphasized enough? Because, for instance, as Lalin, indlongena livestock ayithathwa serious. So it's very important that as Lalin kukhona livestock, I think Tata has got that sense of pride once I've been a livestock. And it's part of our culture that we have livestock, and it's not emphasized enough. We have a problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Can we take the second question, the lady?
Thank you. Thank you for the great presentation. I'm Ethel Peary from Stellenbosch University, and I actually presented quite a similar talk yesterday. And I research mainly Bambara groundnut, trying to cultivate it in the Western Cape, which we've been successful with doing. But my question is, with you coming from government, what is the government doing in order to support us researchers in researching indigenous crops? And what is the government doing to take our research and put it into actionable policies? Thank you.
And the third question.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I'm Tsepiso from the University of Mpumalanga. Mine is just something that I've off note. We often say underutilized, indigenous, but then when you call an apple, you just say an apple. It's an apple, that's it. So the stigma behind us is underutilized. For me, I have a problem with that because of even if you want to commercialize it, you've already put it a stigma to say this is underutilized thing. How are you going to sell that? So it's something that we need to try and get a different perspective towards on how do we phrase these words that we are using in terms of these crops. Thank you very much.
Ms. Mo Halapilo, would you like to respond to these three questions?
Yes, I
Okay.
will try.
All right.
The first question on livestock. We do have another directorate, which is the genetic resources. They do have something on indigenous breeds. So it's important that you have my details so that I can link you with them to see what do they have on those breeds. Then Stellenbosch, what government is doing in supporting research? In my presentation, I stated that we injected millions. It's unfortunate that our funding is commissioned to ARC as our government agent. But there is another program, or there is NRF. We also have funding there, which provide universities with opportunity for funding. Have you ever been funded by NRF? Yeah, we do have percentage of our funding in there. It's not NRF alone. So unfortunately, we are with ARC and then it's,
but the NRF is not explicitly directed at indigenous crops. I mean, they used to have indigenous knowledge systems. They used to have funding that was directed at indigenous knowledge systems, but there's no funding instrument that is currently directed at looking at indigenous crops or indigenous livestock.
yeah, but now we do have ARC, which is our main agent. And then the other funding that you can try with is Water Research Commission. I know they prioritize indigenous food crops. So you must check with their website or when do they do their their calls and what are the requirements and deadlines for submission of projects. And then why research is not in policies, I've highlighted in my first under challenges. They were neglected because of negative perception. So what we are doing here, we are trying to revive this sector. Stigma. I'm happy wherever I go. Conferences, workshops, seminars. There's always one question around the naming of our crops. But we continue. When we invite, when we formulate our themes for these events, we always say underutilized, neglected crops. So the problem is with us. Because Tina, as a department, we use indigenous food crops. Then from there, we do have production guideline on marula. We do have production guideline on cowpea. If you go to our website, you'll see them alphabetically. So it must start here today. When we do workshops, let's say we have information day on cowpea or on cassava, not on underutilized food.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Mandela. Because of time, I'll just like us to move to the next session. There will be another time for a Q&A after this very last session. Thank you so much. Okay, we're just moving swiftly into the next session with two speakers. The theme for this particular session is Understanding IUCs and Policy Landscape. And our first speaker is Dr. Qanisani Kwabe. I think you guys know him very well. He's from this particular university, and he serves as the chairperson for the Australia-Africa Universities Network of Early Career Researchers. He's a co-chair, and he holds an undergraduate degree in agriculture, specializing in rural development and extension, and a Master of Science in Agriculture, a Master's in Organizational Leadership, and a PhD in Sustainable Agriculture, with a research focus on agroecology, food security, agricultural development, and indigenous knowledge system. It's a very healthy CV. He's an active member of the Agroecology Knowledge Network, and at the Nelson Mandela University, Kwabe leads fresh produce initiatives, collaborating with various institutional stakeholders and partners to develop food gardens aimed at ending student hunger on campus. That's a worthy pursuit, so we salute you for that, Doc. He has also mentored postgraduate students at honors, masters, and PhD levels. He's recognized for his contributions to higher education and food security, and he has represented our country, South Africa, at the 2020 BRICS Young Scientists Conclave in Russia, and was named one of the Mail and Guardian's top 200 South Africans recently. And in 2021, he was honored for advancing food and nutrition security for refugees at the Dennis Haley Center in Durban. Additionally, so that, you know, it's a baller here. Kwabe worked with the United Nations Development Program to enhance Rwanda's rural economy and contributed to a cluster of development projects with the Freiskilled University Jena in Germany. And I mean, these accolades are many and they continue. But yeah, please allow me to welcome Dr. Kwabe, who's going to be giving us a presentation on the overview of indigenous and underutilized crops and their role in African communities. Over to you, sir.
It's just a bit overwhelming. So I guess I don't want to read from this. I actually just want to talk about indigenous food crops because I'm giving context of what we've seen happening in as far as indigenous crops are concerned in the country and in Africa at large. So my presentation titled Indigenous and Underutilized Crops and Their Role in the African Community is mainly drawn from my research and other people's research as well. You will see I will be making reference to quite a number of articles. But also we sit with stakeholders from government and non-government sectors, and we talk about indigenous crops. Before I continue and before I forget, I hear that we've been challenged not to use the term underutilized crops. And I just wonder, I think that's a valid point to raise. Kudos to you, sir, and kudos to you, Ms. Malapelo. But I wonder if we are not shying away from the reality that these are indeed underutilized crops. Why are we shying away from doing that? Because if you want them to be promoted, we are still at a promotion stage. We are trying to raise awareness around people adopting them. But if we now say we aren't going to use these terms, why is that the case? How are they going to be adopted? Because we give the impression that everything is in good standing. That's just my thinking. That's how I see it. Anyway, are you going to help me? How do we move this? Okay, thank you. She's going to help me. So I want to start by this quote by the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research. It's a mouthful for me. We normally say it's just CGIAR. So as the food and climate crisis continue to cause suffering around the world, one underappreciated solution, neglected crops, could be a powerful tool to alleviate both crises in one of the worst affected regions, which is Africa. Yesterday we had a session where we were talking about indigenous food crops. Dr. Piri presented there. And one of the things that kept popping is that, you know, we are in danger as Africans because we keep exponentiating. Maybe I'm exaggerating when I say exponentiating, but our numbers keep growing. When numbers grow, it means that food security is threatened in a way. And we know I think this cuts across Africa. We are not a very wealthy continent. We speak of a triple threat challenge in South Africa: unemployment, inequality, and poverty. And that is something that we see throughout Africa. We don't have the buying power. It was mentioned just now. Access to food, especially from your retailers, is a major challenge. But if you then think about rural communities, I'm going to make a case of rural communities because those are the people that I work with. They have unlimited access to certain resources, including food as a resource. If they go to the wild, they are able to get food. Diego, they go to the wild, they find warthog. Diego is the guy that was asking about livestock. They find warthogs, they find imbalas and whatnot. I know that's not true for everyone, but because I'm mainly interested in crops, we have an abundance of indigenous crops in the wild, but also those that are cultivated are not very hard to access. You know, one remarkable thing about our indigenous communities or local communities in rural areas is that when you have seed, you are able to share with me, and I'm able to share with Miss Lombe, and she's able to share with somebody else. It's that kind of system. We were self-sufficient back in the days. You would hear that whenever we talk about indigenous foods, it hardly happens that we leave out that part where we talk about the Green Revolution, where exotic crops were introduced to Africa, and then they were largely promoted to an extent that our indigenous foods became if inferior is the word, I will take it, inferior. So, as I stand here, we are now talking about, actually somebody asked a very interesting question. I hope that person is here. They said, we always talk about no poverty and zero hunger. And all the time, whether it is, what is that document that was passed in 2014? Malabo Declaration speaks of this. And we are supposed to be food secure by 2025, right? And we are not there. Before that, there was the MDGs, Millennium Development Goals. What was the, it was 2015. Was it 2015? We were supposed to be food secure by 2015. And now we've got Sustainable Development Goals. By 2030, we have to be food secure. It doesn't end there. Agenda 2063. this is always a thing. But we have these resources. We have indigenous food crops at our disposal. I'm so happy that we've reached a point where scientists and government, non-government sectors actually place value on indigenous crops. We see them being promoted to a lesser extent, I must say. The thing here, when we do research, I've put those two deliberately. When we do research, especially on food security, this is a South African case, but even if you look at other parts of Africa, what we found is that the people that mainly suffer from food insecurity are actually not the poor, as we often, not the rural people, as we often say, but rather it is your urban people. So the article above indicates that, oh God, I can see. I cannot see. But a large percentage of people that reside in urban areas go to bed hungry. When we count the number of people that are actually experiencing some level of hunger, it's not your people that go out to the wild and actually cultivate and eat. The ones that eat amaranth, moroch, or imfino. It's us who are in these posh cities. And then you ask yourself, why is it that we are not adopting these crops? It has been mentioned that there is lack of awareness, but also the stigma. Stigma is one of the, I think, greatest contributors that have led to people not really adopting the use of indigenous crops. So now the question remains, how do we go about in destigmatizing our indigenous foods? More especially because we now know that they are highly nutritious. Our scientists tell us all the time that these are very nutritious. There's even a term for them. They refer to them as, what do they call them? Superior crops, superfoods. They call them superfoods because of their nutritional value and other uses. But also, we don't just consume them, they are also medicine for our bodies. And that's something that we take for granted. Case in point, what is umhlonyane in English? Sorry? Wormwood. You know that there's people that eat it as spinach, as morocho. There's people that eat it as morocho. I'm serious. If you go to the north of KZN, they mix it with spinach. And they would tell you, during COVID, they would tell us, perception, not to say people weren't supposed to be vaccinated, but because they know what works for them, they know the value of these crops, they use them for their own health benefit. But still, they are not well adopted. I've got an article here. I'm going to particularly talk about this one. That talks about Africa re-adopting its orphan crops. I think that's another term that this room is not going to accept. By the way, I came across this morning, and it was written by yours truly, Dr. Perry. And I thought that was a very lovely article, by the way, because it speaks to the many challenges that we are experiencing in Africa. But I'm more interested on drought, because it touches on the climate issue. You know, in Africa, drought hits us, climate change rather, hits us differently, not as in other parts of the world. Drought is a thing for us, and we see it paralyzing farmers. I think it was in 2008, 2009 when you saw people losing livestock in numbers because of severe drought. We also saw this with farmers that are growing crops exotic crops, I must say. And I will forever boast about this because that was the worst we've experienced, at least that I've experienced in my lifetime. But what we did see was the resilience of indigenous crops. So my grandmother and everybody else in my community actually grows taro, amadumbe. Some of them are there, if you look at the pamphlets that were handed to us earlier. Your Bambara groundnuts, they thrived during that period. When we talk about these things like this, one of the questions that is often raised is, so are you saying these are super crops? Are you saying these are going to provide solutions for Africa as far as food security is concerned? And the simple question to that is maybe, maybe not. We don't know. But we've seen how resilient they are. We've seen them working in the context of us Africans. We've also seen that exotic crops don't particularly work as they are labeled to be. When you buy a packet, Mzuvugile here is one of my third-year students. He's doing his in-service training. At some point, we bought seeds, and then we were looking at the labels. And they were asking, I don't remember who from his group, they were asking, if these are drought tolerant, if they can tolerate 1, 2, and 3, pest resistant and whatnot, why are we applying pests? Yesterday he was asking for pests actually. Why are we applying pests? Why are we irrigating every day? And that question is a question that I keep asking myself as well. We've got a water crisis in many parts of South Africa. Now I'm using South Africa as a case. We don't irrigate amadumbe, we don't irrigate groundnuts, we don't use pesticides, we don't use herbicides, yet they are not exploited. And the question still remains, why is that the case? Our policymakers have not yet fully adopted these indigenous crops. They see the value, but little investment is driven towards them. I was actually talking to the previous speaker this morning, and we're talking about this thing. Yes, the value is seen, but so far, not much has been done by our policymakers. We don't have investors that say, let us drive these indigenous crops for the benefit of the people. We also then ask ourselves, if we don't promote this and if no investment goes towards them for the benefit of the people, which we very well know that they benefit the people, what must they use? Must they use the same exotic crops that they cannot replant? I cannot save seed when I'm growing spinach, for instance. I always have to go and buy. If I run out, I'm doomed. Last year, there was an engagement in this university at Missionville campus, and we were provided seedlings, amaranthus seedlings. You said you don't know, sorry, the source. I also don't know the source. But it was so interesting for me. When I planted those, they didn't grow so well, number one. That was my observation. Number two, those that did grow were very light. The texture of the leaves were very light. Could be soil conditions, I don't know. Thirdly, I tried replanting the seeds that came out, but nothing came out. Yours grew. Okay, I don't know. I guess we've got two cases here. Sizolo afterwards. Behind me is a statistic that I got online. I was just browsing through and trying to see really where we are in terms of food security as Africa. All countries were displayed. I just took those. In particular, I'm interested in Zimbabwe, that has a population of 17 million people. If that is outdated, please do forgive me. 6 million people are said to be food insecure in Zimbabwe, and they are experiencing chronic food insecurity, meaning that they go to bed hungry, and on some occasions, they miss 2 meals a day. That is 40% of the population, yes, Zimbabwe, of the country's population. Now, I don't know what the situation is in Zimbabwe. I don't know whether people use indigenous crops as much as we researchers would wish them to. But that is what you get. Or maybe those are just people in your urban areas, I don't know. But it begs a question then. If we have these crops, because I've read research from Zimbabwe, by the way, Prof. Mabaudi, Tafato Mabaudi, those of you that are in the space would know, he writes a lot about these. And a lot of indigenous food crops are grown even in Zimbabwe. But what happens when it comes to policy? I checked, still nothing. Everywhere it's universal. We don't see policymakers fully recognizing and fully driving a force towards the adoption of indigenous food crops. And that is a major challenge. So I was actually playing around my screen as I was preparing, and I just Googled Africans eating indigenous foods. It's not clear. You would see, if this was clear, these people look very, very sad. Badabugisa, in fact. You would say, I don't want to eat that. Whatever it is that they have, I don't want it. And then I said, people eating vegetables. And look at those nice pictures. What was interesting for me, though, was that there isn't even a single black person there. I wonder if we don't eat vegetables. So our food is supposed to be this one. That is perceived to be poor people's food. That is actually heartbreaking. I don't think it's a laughing matter. So now, these are some of the things that we know about our indigenous crops. They are food, but also medicine. They are always readily available for the people, at least in some parts of certain regions. We know that they are highly recommended because of their health benefits. Researchers, I give them an applause because research shows us that they are highly nutritious. I had a table, but I decided to remove it because it was just going to chow my time. Also, if we look at the food, oh God, my brain, FAO's definition of food security, it speaks to availability, access, stability, and utilization. They are easily accessible. We have an issue of affordability. People are not employed in Africa. Well, we've got a larger percentage of people that are unemployed in Africa. But if you think about these crops, it's easy for people to access them. Not just those that occur in the wild, but also, I'm told I have 5 minutes, but also those that are cultivated. Because we've got this thing of sharing as Africans. And as we share, we expand, we diversify, which is what nutritionists and our health experts often encourage us to take note of. You can fight me on this one, but I believe they are drought tolerant. But my saying they are drought tolerant doesn't necessarily mean that they don't suffer when we are experiencing drought. Some of them do suffer. but it's highly unlikely that you would be planting taro on this field and you lose the entire crop. It is very unlikely. Usually, if you're a person that grows to sell, you might not be able to sell, but you will be able to feed yourself and your family. And we don't talk about food insecurity in your house. And also, seeds can be kept for the next growing season. But they are still not widely accepted, and less attention is driven towards their adoption. And I think this is very important since we are talking about integrating this on national strategies and national policies. I'm not going to go through all those. If you want that slide, I'm more than happy to give it to you. In the interest of time, I'm going to pass it, but it just indicates the value chains of cash crops versus the value chains of indigenous crops. If you look at your input supply, that's the only one I'm going to look at. You know, there's key players indicated on both. And they own cash crops. It's seed companies, agro-dealers, fertilizer producers, and equipment suppliers. There's no mention of people, no mention of communities, no mention of your grandmother or your father or your mom who is growing this right now. But if you look at indigenous food crop value chains, the key players are actually farmers. They are seed custodians, community seed banks, and agro-dealers. Those are our people. Those are the players we find in our settings, in our communities. But then this is being promoted. And again, when I go through this, I ask myself, is it for economic gain for certain parties? What about the people? It's a question I don't have an answer to right now. So I was hoping I would go in depth here, but I will just leave it as it is. By the way, I boast because this is my sweet potato. I'm a farmer and not just a lecturer. So barriers to the widespread adoption of indigenous food crops in Africa include all those. And I think where we are now is that we are trying to raise awareness and knowledge around these crops. But it's particularly important for me that we actually get here. Consistent support from government and policy and get solid policy frameworks. And this engagement, which I truly appreciate, seeks to achieve this. It is an ongoing program, but at the end of it all, after a number of sittings, we hope that we will be able to get there working with our government partners. Okay, sorry, that's all still my work. I love flexing because I love farming very much. By the way, this was during COVID. And what we saw, Dr. Ngeti, you will remember this. What we saw during this time was that actually there is money here. People assume that indigenous crops don't have money. Find a market. I promise you, you will never look back. I still stand here and I regret leaving that space because, yeah, it's not as rewarding. It's rewarding in many ways. Glad to engage you after this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Kwabe. I'm still waiting for my payment. Yeah, I have so many questions after your presentation. I'm a social scientist. I come from the social sciences. So a lot of the questions I have are in relation to the social aspects of your whole presentation, but we'll wait for the Q&A session, which is gonna come after. Excuse me. I would like to then call our next speaker, who, and forgive me if I butcher your surname here, Dr. Susie Monialo. I hope I got that right. Who's going to be speaking about the economic potential of indigenous and underutilized crops in national and global markets. But before she comes in, I want to read her, and now I'm scared of using the word underused crops after it was challenged. But Dr. Susie has a PhD in agricultural resource management from the University of Nairobi in Kenya, and her research interests are in sustainable food systems, indigenous crops, economic modeling, climate change, gender, and monitoring impacts of projects. She is currently a postdoctoral fellow with the ARUA Center of Excellence in Sustainable Food Systems, and her current research focuses on unleashing the potential of indigenous crops. She is the secretariat of the Australia-Africa Universities Network and the co-chair alongside Dr. Kwabe of the same network in the Early Career Researchers Initiative. Her previous research focused on understanding the cause of large yield gaps on smallholder farms and improving the nutritional and economic well-being of smallholder women farmers through utilization of African leafy vegetables. She has also worked at the capacity of researcher, consultant, and technical expert with institutions such as the World Food Programme, World Agroforest Center, University of Nairobi, and the ECT East Africa, USAID, DFID, and RU Forum. Her accomplishments include several published papers and technical reports, and she is inspired by a society that is food secure, productive, and independent, and her future aspiration is to become a global transformative leader in sustainable food systems. So we have quite a decorated speaker here coming today. Over to you, Dr. Susie. Please give her a round of applause.
I just hope it matches with my presentation, hopefully. Yeah, so, and also thank you so much, Dr. Moloko and Dr. Kinsani Kwabe. You've really laid a good foundation for what I'm supposed to talk about, because here many questions have been asked why our indigenous crops have not got that that kind of perception that we really need, like why are they still being called underutilized crops? And I'll try to explain this just before I go into my presentation. So underutilized could be dependent on so many factors. It could be dependent on the context in which these crops are. When you look at the production, you might find that whichever place you are within the African continent, the production could be low because of certain factors. And that really contributes to make them underutilized, in that you cannot attain the required volume, for example, to commercialize them or even to increase consumption. And that's why I think this word underutilized is being used on them. And also when you look at research, I think a lot has been put in terms of resources, even in terms of initiative, in production of maybe 3 to 5 crops, maize, wheat, rice, and all that. So much is put into that, but less resources are usually allocated for these crops, and that could explain one reason why they're called underutilized. So I'll go just straight into my presentation. So like I said earlier, they really painted a really good background on these indigenous crops. And just to say that indigenous crops are multidimensional in their aspects. Why? Because they contribute to agrobiodiversity, and this has already been mentioned by my previous presenters. They're also resilience to global food systems, we've had situation of disrupted supply chains. For example, when there was this Ukrainian war, we saw that there was actually wheat missing in several of our countries. So, but then, for example, if we had produced our own indigenous crops in large quantity, then we'll not have this issue of lack of, for example, wheat, because we also have indigenous wheat varieties that can be domesticated. They also help to mitigate climate change effects. I think there's just been a lot that has been said about drought resistance. These crops being able to survive on marginal soil conditions. Marginal, it means that they require low fertilizer productivity application compared to, like, for example, maize, wheat, or even rice. Of course, sources of food insecurity there have really high nutrient content. And if you happen to read some of the papers I've done, mostly focusing on systematic review, look so much on the nutritional aspect of this, and it's just a lot that they can contribute. But also these crops can also stimulate economic growth and contribute to GDP. So this will really be my focus area today. And I would like us to have a discussion. I want us to start something that I really want us to continue with on this, bringing out the economic value of these crops. And not only stop today, but continue and make it something like a kind of a community of practice or even a research group. So because of this, like a lot of importance on these crops, there's also global visions. They've been visions at the global level, at the continental level, and at the national level that are trying to advocate for increased production. And some of these visions that we have, like the vision for adapted crops and soil, this is a vision that has been started by the United States State Department. Like if you see such global visions start to focus on indigenous crops, we need to ask ourselves, so these crops are not as of low value as people think. So it kind of really gives us hope to kind of start rethinking on how we can bring their value. And we also have like continental visions. Of course, the African Union, the Agenda 2063 that we've already talked about mentions the need to transform food systems, including indigenous crops. And we also have national visions. For example, I think as pointed out by Dr. Moloko, the Ministry of Agriculture in South Africa is really putting a lot of work into these crops. And of course, because of this advocacy, there has been some work being done on these crops. However, this work is limited in scope when you consider, for example, the geographic regions, when you also consider the production capacities and the consumption patterns. So this is just some info that I got online because, like I said earlier, I do a lot on systematic reviews. And as you can see, the amaranth grain and leafy, cassava, sorghum, cowpea grain, cashew nut. When you look at these countries within Africa, there are just very few countries that are leading in production of these crops. But if we have to achieve that global kind of perspective or reach of these crops, it means that we really need to increase the number of countries that are producing these crops and even the volumes as well. So, although, and in as much as we say the African continent has that climate to stimulate production of these crops. Still, the production is just on very few regions or countries. When you look at the production capacity in terms of the yields, so we can see that, for example, a cassava, the production could go up to even 31 tons. But we see that the actual production is just around 11 tons. Sorghum as well, 25, but the actual is like 1. We look at cowpea grain, cashew nuts. So when you look at production in terms of yields, it's still very low, and this is also contributing to low volumes. So when you also look at the consumption patterns, how many people are consuming these crops, we see that cassava, there is a pretty large percentage, but not to 100%, but at least some percentage of people consuming cassava. But you look at sorghum and cowpea, it's very low as well. So when you also look at commercialization, there is some information or there is research that has been done on value addition. And from here, cassava can be converted to fufu, gari, and just so many, cowpea as well. But when you look at the uptake in terms of industrial production or even processing, you hardly find these products in our stores or even in our supermarkets. So, and these are kind of like products that can be, if you find them in our stores, especially among the youth, who really, like the consumption of indigenous crops is low among the youth. So if you can have these in our stores and just like buy and take and consume, there are things that can really boost the consumption of indigenous crops. When you also look at policies, I think a lot has been mentioned on policies already, but there is some policy work going on with regards to these crops. We have strategy papers at the continental level that are advocating for this, and I just want to point out one particular one. The 2002 Presidential Initiative on Cassava Production resulted in increased production of cassava in Nigeria. They put a strategy for marketing, for processing, and for even export. And this really increased production of cassava in Nigeria, and it has really boosted the supply. So, but when you look at across the continent, just few policies have been put to promote these crops. And even the policies that have been put to promote these crops, they are also, indigenous crops are lumped together. For example, you will find that policy on indigenous crop, but not on a particular crop, as opposed to like a crop like maize, where you have a whole policy advocating for that. But for indigenous one, they just lump together, and sometimes in the policy document, they do a mention, like we want to promote indigenous crops, but there isn't a solid strategy around that. So with all that said, we find that the economic value of these crops is also low. So I got this information from the internet, looking at how much they contribute at certain times, certain periods. For example, African leafy vegetables in Kenya in 2020 contributed 30 million USD to the national economy. Cassava in 2021 contributed 118 million USD. Sorghum contributed 4 million USD. pigeon peas in Tanzania in 2022 contributed 80 million USD. But then I tried to convert this into per capita contribution by dividing by the total population, and you find that still their contribution to per capita income level is low. And so I think this is where we kind of really want us to spend time on. It's something suggesting that we start a talk around that on the economic benefits, like why has there been low economic contribution of indigenous crops? Where is the gap? Where do we start from, and what strategies can increase the contribution of indigenous crops at a national and global level? So I won't mention why, because I've already explained that, but where is the gap? When you talk about the economic value of these crops, because we all say they can contribute to profitability. We all say they can contribute to income level. We say they can contribute to national GDP. But where is the evidence for this? Do we have evidence to back up this information so that when we go to policymakers, we say, sorghum actually contributes this amount of money per week, per month, per year, and contributes this per capita income level? Do we have such kind of information? It's a question I'll pose to you, but for me personally, I know there isn't, or if it's there, it's so minimal, so marginal. And mostly there has been insufficient economic information on the value of these crops to support decision making. We don't have information on costs, the production data as well, the benefits, and even future prediction of the costs and benefits of these crops that we can use to drive policy, or we can even use to drive commercialization, or we can use to drive that global competitiveness. So where do we start from? From my own thinking, and I think I will also need contribution from you, I feel like we need to start doing economic analysis of indigenous crops to look at the value they contribute. And this, we can do it along the food systems value chain, looking at it from farm to fork, from production to consumption. How much value is added at every stage. And of course, when we do a summation of that value, we can get a total value for these crops. And there are also methods that you can also use. The cost-benefit analysis, internal rate of return. We also need to do the environmental analysis to look at the environmental benefits of these crops. So this is something that I thought about, and I would really like to have your contribution on that. But before we do that, we also need data. Like I pointed out earlier, data is either missing or it's either fragmented. Or I don't know, like when you go, you try to find some information online, is not there. So we really need to have kind of a consolidated platform where we can have data on indigenous crops for us to start from as well. And of course, with this kind of data now, we'll have kind of a strong point to drive policy by painting out the economic value. When you go to policymakers and say, see, cowpea has this value, sorghum has this value, amaranth or our African leafy vegetables can contribute to this value. And of course, farmers or even industry players or even anyone who is into profit making, they want to see the value at the end of something. So if they are not kind of convinced that indigenous crops can actually contribute to profitability, their investment in terms of large-scale production, they might not take that. But if we have tangible information, we have tangible data from our research, then we are able to drive that and they will start adopting them slowly. So of course we need improved research as well, industry involvement and participation from large and small scale farmers. I've always said, okay, I come from Kenya and the farming system in Kenya is mostly driven by small scale farmers. And so you find small-scale farmers producing these indigenous crops, and they're able to market them just around their homesteads or closer markets. And here in South Africa, from when I came here and looking around and also reading, it's mostly dominated by large-scale farmers. So how do we even get these large-scale farmers to get involved in production of these crops? So that's because I feel like if we could get a few of them even produce something like amaranth, and with, of course, with their large kind of production, then it could be taken up, but how do we get them involved? Of course, if we have that kind of data on the economic value, I think we can. And then, of course, advocacy campaigns. How do we change people's tastes and preferences? I remember in Kenya, I'll just give examples. An example of Kenya because I've grown up there for quite long and I kind of see what was happening. I remember at one point, no one was consuming like sweet potatoes, cassava, whatever, sorghum, and all these greeny leafy vegetables because they had branded them as poor man's diet, just the way it's been seen here. But then there was all this campaign talking about the nutritional value. And the campaign was all over on the media, on whichever platform. And all of a sudden, there was just that change, like a shift. And when you go to Kenya, trust me, when food is, it's a kind of menu. Let's say bread is there, cassava, sweet potatoes. You will hardly see anyone take bread, but they would rather go for these other foods. And also, like in our stores, you'll find indigenous leafy vegetables. You'll find all these indigenous products. But when you go around 1 p.m., they're all sold out. So it's like, there's like such hot cake, you know, and people are always looking forward to consuming them. So I always feel that with advocacy, with campaign strategies, with our social media kind of campaigns, we can advocate for consumption of these crops. And we are not saying that we have to shift the whole food system's value chain, but we need to bring them into the mainstream food system so that they can be used as complementary crops. But we need that kind of an economic analysis to show their potential. So I think that's kind of the end of my story. Thank you so much, and I really welcome your contribution.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Doc. But yeah, that was a really intriguing, valuable presentation. So I would like to open the session now for Q&A, and maybe if the two doctors can come sit at the front with your chairs, if you don't mind. Okay, let me start this side this time around. There was a hand up.
Good morning, everyone. This is Mzuki Sekuse. First and foremost, thank you so much for such insightful presentations. So I just have this question. Also, maybe I might pose it to you, Dr. Piri. Please don't fight me. I know you only presented yesterday. And yeah, because since yesterday I've been following this series, which is very, very insightful and informative. But I just have this question, right? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I'll just keep using you as some sort of example. We've been speaking about indigenous crops, and you know, it's always, what I've been hearing is mostly in the context of the rural areas, etc., etc. So we know that in South Africa and in Africa, we have an issue of the urban sprawl, especially around here by PE, let's say Cape Town. We've got a lot of squatter camps or places like that. So I'm just trying to understand, where exactly can these indigenous food, what role can they play in terms of food security in that manner? How can they assist? Because if you speak about your indigenous foods or indigenous plants, you need the context. There has to be some sort of land. But in urban sprawl, we don't have that. And I've been hearing you guys speaking such great words, using epithets such as superfoods, drought resistant, you know, indigenous food activist, which I really like a lot. But somehow I see this disjuncture. We can't just speak about indigenous foods in the context of the rural settings, but what about abantu bethu stay in these places? What can be done with them? Is there research maybe about that? And we know that if you're going to be staying in a squatter camp, you won't have enough land to be growing such. So I just wanted for you to reflect on that. Thank you very much.
Was there another question?
Good morning, all. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. This was very interesting for me because I'm actually doing my PhD in sweet potato, but molecular responses to drought stress. And our group is looking at underutilized crops, right? Sweet potato and cassava. So my question and comments are that, there isn't a connection between molecular scientists and farmers. I think we have this perception that there needs to be a middleman who's going to take the information from the farmer and then bring it to the lab, and then take the information from the lab and take it somehow to the farmer. In maybe a suggestion question, I don't know how to pose this. I think there needs to be, like Ms. Mojapole had said, there needs to be forums where we only discuss these underutilized crops, but not necessarily just inviting scientists and researchers, but inviting the farmers as well, and explaining to them in layman's term how, from the beginning, genetics affects the crop, and how that can then affect the production, and how that can affect the economy. Maybe it's because I just started my research, I don't know if there's forums like that. I would love to sit one-on-one with the farmer. I don't want there to be a middleman. I want the farmer to tell me what is the problem that they are facing, and how can my expertise help in solving that problem, and what are my limitations as well. I I think we get to a point where we just want to create these drought-tolerant varieties, and but we're forgetting something. And Ms. Machapuli also said it: we lose the genetic diversity in all of that. And then also following up with the question. Sweet potato is a functional food, right? It has high phytochemicals, beta-carotene being one of them. And beta-carotene is a precursor for vitamin A. But people in the urban areas would rather go and buy a tablet that supplements them with vitamin A. Yeah, there's a lot more I can say, but I'll just leave it there for now.
Okay. Should I take another question, or you want to respond to those two and then? Okay, fine. All right.
Thank you for that question, because my question kind of relates to what you are saying. And this question is for Dr. Q. What are your sentiments regarding the selection of genes from indigenous crops to improve current commodity crops?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Xoli Sangwele from the University of the Western Cape. I would like to add on from the first question, where we see that, yes, people are staying in slum areas, and also when homes are being planned, there is no space to actually put a garden in the homes. So how can we also address that in terms of home planning? And then Dr. Q mentioned that Africa is not a wealthy country, but I think that that statement is not true, because looking at what you presented in terms of the food, the indigenous food that we have, I think that what is happening is we have been conditioned to think that the food that was brought into Africa is more superior than the food that we have as an indigenous people. And I would also like to speak to the economic analysis that Dr. Susan mentioned, and to ask whether are we at a point where we can actually do an economic analysis of the impact that the indigenous crops can have when we are saying in this space that they are underutilized? Or do you mean that we need to maybe make projections using the crops that are currently being used that have a similar nutritional value? Thank you.
Okay, just another question, Ford. I just want to quote something before I ask a question. In essence, livestock plays a crucial role in maintaining the overall health of indigenous crops through provision of nutrients, pest control, and water management. Without this symbiotic relationship, indigenous crops are likely to face higher mortality rates and reduced sustainability. So now, Dr. Q, would you agree that indigenous crops may survive in the short term without livestock, but over time, yields and survival rates can decline significantly? Thank you.
Thank you so much for all those questions, colleagues. I'll give our speakers the opportunity to respond to those questions, and then I'll take the final round of questions.
Okay, thank you. I will start with the last question. Yes, I do agree, Diego. That is why we talk about, that is why we speak agroecology, your term and my term, the coexistence of plants and animals alike. We cannot talk about animals in the absence of plants, vice versa. They coexist. So the ecosystem would be imbalanced if we were to talk about indigenous crops and exclude everything else. So the simple question to your question, the simple answer to your question would be a yes. That is true. The second question, it was actually a statement, it wasn't a question. I don't think I said Africa is not a wealthy continent. If I did, I'm sorry. But I do remember saying that we have a high unemployment rate in Africa. But in terms of resources, I don't think we are particularly poor. I often say this, from the community where I come, we don't have much financial resources, but I think we are the richest village ever. I don't know about other villages, but we've got food, we've got water, we've got everything provided by our ecosystem services. So just a bit of clarity there. I'm not saying that Africa is poor, no. Yeah, I think we are wealthy to some extent, but we must also agree that we are facing an unemployment crisis. We don't have financial power. I think those are my terms. Selection of genes to improve varieties. No. You're taking me back to my class, and we always argue with my students, especially agroecology students, those who do my honors. I have gotten to a point where I don't know, but I always stand on the fact that as an agricultural scientist, I am for food security, and now if we can just step out of indigenous knowledge systems for a short while. I think if we look at our exotic crops, they've done somewhat, well, they've brought a bit of a change in a way. I think if we were to use the same practices if we were to apply the same practices that have been applied on exotic crops on our indigenous crops, as far as breeding is concerned, I think we would get somewhere. I made an example about amaranthus that was given to me last year at some event, and that's something. People ate it. Maybe I was not lucky. She was lucky, but you know, it's still amaranthus at the end of the day. We are seeing this with cassava as well. There's actually research centers that deal with the genetic modification and the breeding of the likes of cassava. I'm not for genetic modification, breeding very much so. So that would be my response to you. So I'm in between. And then what can be done on limited space? I took, who asked that question? I'm not sure if I should answer because it's not here, but for the benefit of the room, of everybody that's here, there's something we call urban agriculture. We mainly use it in the context of exotic foods, but it doesn't only apply to exotic foods. You can literally grow your indigenous crops on a limited scale, or using tires, using your genes and whatever. I do this where I stay. I don't have much space, but I always produce food within that limited space. There's also something called vertical farming. If we had time, I would take you to a place right here at South Campus where vertical farming is practiced. A very beautiful demonstration of what people with limited space could do using their walls and just nails and bottles, plastic bottles. Who was talking about the middlemen? I think I would love to get a clarity on the question there. It's break time, so I guess people want to have tea. I didn't get the question. I just noted, so that if you could clarify for me, please. Okay. No, thank you. So I'm going to see farmers next week here in the Eastern Cape. I don't know them. I don't know farmers because I'm still fairly new in the Eastern Cape. But I went to the Department of Agriculture and I spoke to an extension officer. Now, an extension officer is somebody that deals with farmers in the region. So if you have contacts with an agricultural extension officer, those people have databases of all farmers within that specific region. And they are the ones that actually sort of like give you that access to the farmers. Not necessarily, but sometimes you have to go to the tribal authorities to ask for access. But mainly, your first point of entry would be your extension officers, or at least to get the list of farmers. I think those were my questions. Susie?
I'll try to respond to mine and also just add on what Q has said. So I think the question on where should we go further and do economic analysis, or should we wait? So one of the challenges that we are having is the data, sufficient data to kind of start doing this economic analysis. And that's why, like when I was presenting, I kind of mentioned that we needed data on certain parameters. And we can also with the few indigenous crops that we have data on, we can try to use like models to kind of try to make predictions, so that, and that could also help inform on like the future outcomes in terms of environmental benefits or even the economic values. And then just to also make a comment about the genetic diversity. Part of my research, I think, just looking at status of research on what has been done in terms of genetic analysis and taxonomic description of these crops, again, we see that we have even the wild species of these varieties, like even the cassava, the amaranth, but when you look at literature, it just points to very few of these species that have been taxonomically classified, like let's say from the kingdom level all the way to the genus level. And taxonomic information is very important in determining, of course, the kind of the traits that can contribute to, for instance, early maturity, high yield, and such like production. So there's also a gap there in taxonomic classification of these crops as well. So this is something that should also be taken up. And involvement of farmers. Farmers are the custodians of some of these crops. They even understand some of the wild species existing within their localities. So if we can also bring them on board and try to create like protection centers or community protection centers around the environment where these farmers are living, so that they take up ownership in terms of protecting these crops, in terms of understanding the genetic value of these crops. I think that will also help. And I don't know if there's, I think I could respond to the two. So I see, I don't know, moderator, if you can. I see that there are two more hands.
Yeah, we ran out of time actually.
2 seconds on the question of how do we precise to the farmers. The kind of research that we do. Most of them are farmer participatory, so they evaluate varieties in the farmers' fields where they participate in terms of managing the crops, including even their land races of the same crop. So they evaluate and select for high yield tolerant, maturity, and yeah, some.
Okay, so we are severely out of time. Like we've taken away 15 minutes of the tea time. So we can have these conversations as a working tea. And I mean, we still have a session until around 4 p.m. today. So yeah, let's come back at 11. Our third session, our second session on identifying policy gaps and strategic opportunities. I'm going to step down on my role for a bit and allow Dr. Sharon Lunga to take over as a facilitator for that session. Just a brief about Dr. Lunga. She is an animal scientist and an early career food systems researcher. Her research interests are in meat science, consumer preference, public health, food security and nutrition, and alternative natural feed additives for optimizing animal production. Her published research integrates ideas from animal science, meat science, botany, food chemistry, and consumer science. She was one of the 20 early careers researchers involved in food systems research with the FSNet Africa project over the past 3 years. She has also previously served as part of the FSNet Africa project's network coordination team and has worked as an agri-food systems specialist consultant at the Food and Agriculture Organization's Agri-Food Systems and Food Safety Division. Please help me welcome Dr. Sharon Lungu, who will facilitate this next session.
Thank you, Dr. Ndu. I really need to work hard. My bio was much shorter. Okay, so I have 2 names to avoid the confusion. We can use Sharon for the session. I'm Nobuhle Sharon. I'm comfortable with both names, yeah. Okay, so I think since morning, a lot has already been said. So my role right now is just to facilitate the continuation of the conversation that has already been ongoing, under the topic identifying gaps in existing policies and exploring opportunities for integrating underutilized crops. And the previous speakers have already mentioned quite a number of these. Just a quick question that has nothing to do with this session. How are you going to feel if at tea break you found bambara nuts and umfino and all these other things? Just be honest with me, guys. Were you going to be happy? Or maybe let me put it this way. You bought Fly Safari or Airlink, and when it's time to serve snacks, they serve you bambara and umfino and all these other things. What would be the headline on the internet, on ENCA, on TikTok, wherever? Anyone? What do you think would happen? Like even yourself, you are in Airlink, would you take a picture and make it trend and say, why would they serve us bambara nuts and Airlink and all this? Dr. Ethel?
Crops are my life, but I would assume that the way that the crops would be, the way that the food would be served would be in an elevated manner. I would be excited because when you go to other countries like China, Mexico, and all of that, you find their own local indigenous foods. So I would be happy that we are finally seeing our own indigenous foods on the menu.
Okay, I think there's some bias there because Dr. Ethel loves indigenous crops and is already researching in the area. Someone else?
For me, when it comes to food, I think presentation will be important, and the way that it is cooked. Because I recently this year attended a food security conference, and they presented some of the food that was there for us to eat was indigenous food. But the problem that I had was the way that it was cooked and the way it tasted. So I think we also need to factor that in when we speak to indigenous food. The way that the other food is being presented to people, it is appealing. It says, yes, I must come and eat. So in as much as we are advocating for the food to be there and to be in Fly SA Fair or Airlink, whichever airline that we might board, or even in the hotel where you will lodge, but how is it being cooked? Will it tell the person that is eating it that you must go for more, or will they eat it and say, this is something that I never want to be a part of again? Thank you.
Thank you. If someone else? You and
Thank you so much. For me, I think looking at where I'm positioned in the food system, which is the consumption, the customer side as a dietitian, obviously we have to talk about acceptability and issues of presentation and all of that, and also preserving the nutrition so that it's not lost. So what I've experienced in the discussions with different groups of people, there's the issue of modernizing recipes, recipe development and issues like that. And I've seen that that calls into that discussion with different people, including chefs, because even that needs people who are trained in culinary skills to do that. But in terms of traditional preparation methods, can I also mention something very interesting? When I've talked to the mamas who are in my research group, in the Xhosa culture, you add a bit of this and that for flavor. And sometimes we don't understand that, you know, like you add rosemary and thyme for this and that. Those are things we need to understand, because some are bitter and are used sparingly for the sake of the bitterness and toxicity. So those are things we also need to explore, that, you know, you can't just throw the rosemary into the pot and assume the food will taste good. You need to have a way about it, you know, like the Italians. No one is going to tell you how much to measure, but you just know. You know, those are things that we also have to be aware of. I would be definitely excited if I could get those foods on my Airlink flight. Even here, if the chefs were exploring and offering all these tastes and treats of indigenous foods, I would be queuing for that on my site.
Okay, so I'm not going to answer based on indigenous crops that I know. I'm going to talk about the ones that I don't know. One, I think what has been mentioned is what would count for me as well. The presentation and how that food is prepared. I'll make an example. I once had moi moi. It's a Nigerian dish. If I were to find that on a plane, I don't think I would be happy. I would not take it. It's a Nigerian cuisine. But I also tasted plantains. I love plantains. I now cook them in my house. I look for them. I find them at Food Lovers Market. So I would be happy with some not so much.
Yeah, so I will be happy and really so excited. Of course, they will bring me like memories of like us eating together as a family, that cultural kind of identity. So I'll be excited about that if I could go to Airlink and find some dishes from Kenya being served, or even Kenya Airways serving dishes from Kenya and the indigenous type. I'll be excited about that because it will draw me back home and refresh my memories of the moments of family together. Yeah.
Thank you. So I just wanted to check what kind of an audience I have. I think I would be very shocked, in as much as I love these indigenous crops, and I'll take a picture and post on my status and be like, yo, what I found today in Airlink, and I can imagine comments like, yo, the standards are going down. I think that's the perception that's there. I just wanted you to reflect on this and keep it at the back of your mind as we move along with the discussion. So back to the main theme, I found this figure from a presentation that was done in Pretoria about 2 years ago. What do you see? 1 or 2 words to describe the figure. It's busy. It's a system. Anybody else? Connection? Anyone else? What do you see? Confusion. Okay, one last word that can describe this.
I feel like some arrows are bypassing others. I don't know why you should have an arrow bypass research all the way to agenda setting, bypassing policy formulation. That arrow seems to just and I don't know why they kind of bypassing some.
Would you be able to write a straightforward story given this image?
No.
So where I got this image from, they described this as a very messy process. And I just wanted us to have a picture of the policy landscape before we even dive into gaps and opportunities, for us to really imagine how the process is, you know, in the policy making. It's not a linear process. It's not like from point A to B. It's straightforward. We are going to research about indigenous crops, and then we are going to walk to the policymakers and tell them that indigenous crops, it happens. There are so many players that are involved. We have the private sector, we have the donors, we have the consumers, the government, the researchers. So that's just how it looks like in reality. I'm sure someone who's in the policy making space would really agree that people fight, people don't agree. It's a contentious environment. There are different interests, different power dynamics. Some stakeholders have more power than others. Whatever they say will go, and at the expense of other agendas. So that's why at the end of the day we have these gaps in the policies, because when the policies were being formulated, other agendas were being undermined, they were being overpowered. So hence today's discussion, we have to also bear in mind and have this picture in whatever we would discuss. You know, think of this environment, the policy making space. And most of us are here, researchers, am I right? I'm happy that we have someone from the government. They can share their experiences. Do we have someone from the private sector here? Anyone? Civil society? Oh, we have someone from civil society. Interesting. Do you mind introducing yourself?
Good morning, everyone. I'm actually a professor at this university in development studies, but I'm part of an organization which is called the South African Food Sovereignty Campaign. Mm-hmm. And it's linked to Wits University, and it has many affiliates. One of the local affiliates here is called the Mandela Collective, which is engaged with food sovereignty and food production and so on. So anyway, represent them in that respect.
Okay. Happy. Do we have anyone with money here? Donors, where are you? Oh, they should have been here. I think government, you do have some money. Yeah, so. Okay. So ideally, it would have been a very well-rounded kind of discussion with everyone who is in this space. We obviously, it's hard to get them in one space, but it would be more valuable. Not saying that it won't be, but I want us to have a discussion and reflect on gaps. Some of these gaps have already been mentioned, you know. What are the gaps? One thing that I took from the presentation was about the Plant Improvement Act, that there's not so much provision for indigenous crops. Most of the policies that are available, they focus on the other cash crops like maize. So there's not so much provision for other kind of crops. So I just want us to open up for a discussion on other gaps. How many people are researchers in this indigenous crop space here? Just by show of hands. Okay, we have 4 people. All right. So maybe we can just have 2 groups. We're not so many. I'll give you how many minutes? Maybe 10 minutes to just quickly discuss. Most of these things have already been said, to discuss and reflect on the gaps. I have some gaps that I'm hiding. I don't want to show you guys, but I want to see if these gaps that you guys are going to come up with really match what I found and what I'm thinking of, So maybe also to give other people a chance in smaller groups to reflect and have a discussion on these gaps. Maybe we can just do half and just have 10 minutes of a discussion, and then we come back to regroup and...
Gaps in research or gaps in policy?
In policy, yes. Gaps in policy. Sorry, guys. I think maybe we can have a rapporteur for each group just to jot down. You don't have to report back. I might just collect the points, or we can have one person just summarizing what was discussed in the group. Yeah.
In comparison to the food that is in the shops, your maize and all the other things that we are seeing very frequently in our shops, and also the need to have people access the food. It's not enough for us just to talk in these spaces about how we can improve these things and then not take action to actually say what are we going to do for the normal people to have the access to the food that we are talking about. And I think one of the things that I am missing in the conversation is in the value chain, how much of the food that we are currently producing is being lost, and how we can leverage that so people can use the food and not have food being thrown away. What accountability are we currently having in terms of food wastage because we are always looking to the future, projecting that we want to solve it in that year, but what are we doing now with the resources that we currently have? I think I'll stop there for now.
Yeah, so something that I said yesterday when I was answering one of the questions is that we need to see more zero VAT on indigenous crops. So we know that maize farmers are subsidized. We know that wheat, soybeans, all of that is subsidized for cultivation. And you get a good price when you take it to the mill or wherever it is where it's processed. But for a few years now, there's been advocacy for a zero rating of sorghum. But there's still a lot of resistance around it. So I would like to see some of the crops being promoted that way and being mainstreamed in supermarkets so that it's an agricultural product and it is zero research to advocate, to say this must be there in our policy. But I guess chicken and speaks to research because historically
what you don't see is what you do know is the value that is quantified is grandfathers, but we don't really see any support. So when you have this discussion, I know that there is a bit of support that you guys offer, but in all honesty,
they are waiting for the data, but the data was
it's just in the form that they are waiting anywhere because it feels like a by-the-way thing. It's not something that is a priority. If it was made that you were talking about,
I can give you an example. So
I think almost every sector
looked at
player
using drought-resistant varieties of indigenous crops were supported by sort of international NGO interventions to help people with food security. And there was, they did quite detailed research on whether these crops were viable, whether they were used, how people use them, that kind of thing. But
when it comes
I don't think that that data is
as researchers doing
used by
the research,
our government.
And also,
you see, when you talk about policy gaps,
policies,
we're talking about South African policy.
The cultural significance.
Because in South Africa, there's quite a specific situation, which is that
we don't know what
subsistence farmers are just about ignored.
So I think it's important.
The whole food system is highly concentrated and commercialized. So the pressure is all on production, market, and of particular varieties, etc. So there's very little diversity, and what I would say localization is the biggest gap. That you have localized food production systems and support for people to produce diverse.
Because
like the whole argument about diverse.
There are some communities that are very strict. You go to for instance, there's areas where you can't even pick anything from the wild find the chips for sandwich, at least with some crops, because they are regulating that service. What about farmers? I guess I would say land use management.
Eastern Cape, they produce almost, they've got
how do you
almost
regulate house species
of pineapple
I think
farmers.
that
And the second is
matters a lot. I think it also ties in with what we spoke about earlier in terms of the people staying in slums, and also the way that towns are now being planned where you do not have space for a garden, even if you wanted to plant your own crops. So yeah, land use is very essential. And
it touches on broad diversity.
Yeah.
But also gender equality is also a land use thing, because a lot of these unutilized crops are cultivated by women, where men tend to cultivate the cash crops.
What are you looking at?
And then the women are left to the subsistence crops, and then the land is given that way. So if the head of the household decides that, okay, this year I want a whole field planted with maize, then they will do that. and if they decide, okay, I'll leave some space for Bambala groundnuts and cowpeas and indigenous crops, then it all depends. It's cultural.
Take it.
It's cultural, especially
fantastic. Pineapple leaves.
In Limpopo.
Otherwise, those pineapple leaves are
it's a big thing that I have heard about in Limpopo and also parts of Zimbabwe because I've conducted some research in those two spaces.
There was a land forum that I recently attended where it was also mentioned that in terms of women in some rural areas, women don't have access to land. Like you cannot as a woman go and say you want to buy land. There has to be a man who represents you. So you can buy using the man and say, okay, then you can get the land. But if I go as a woman and say I want a piece of land, then I cannot have it.
I can attest to that.
Yeah.
Recently, I see what if you are not a married woman.
Yes, that as well.
Yeah, or enough land doesn't belong to your grandfather, grandfather, whatever. You can't get land.
Yeah.
This happens from where I come. That's amazing. It was a shock to me. But so even if you are a young man, she was, I wanted land.
Can we wrap it up? Just a minute. Yeah.
So I was told if you are not married.
So I like this idea. Like somebody said in the earlier session, I mean, you have a sort of
just one quick thing.
Africanist or anti-colonial narrative, which could be could make these products popular.
So,
but I don't hear that.
People, I mean, there should be, well, this experience that these are under publication of African voices in academic literature. So I was thinking if you could, from the government, if they could publish a book that was designed for children, where they educate children about indigenous foods. Then the children start learning from their side. Make them a picture book and show nice pictures of it's also a way of getting the education out there. It wouldn't be a fiction book, it would be non-fiction, so it shows you the true poverty information about the children's book. And anyone can access it, parents, adults, anyone can see, this is very interesting. And they can, from a cultural perspective, people will say, hey, I know that food is interesting and pass it on to other people. Let's share this information and it's so nice.
Yeah, it's not about but this, it's like in development discourse, it's about, modernization. People urbanize, they want to eat modern food, they want to eat Western food. But you can have a counter narrative, which says these are
and modernizing them, because sometimes those African grains, which is what the Xhosa people call it. But we've made patents, we've made the creamy amara, we've made what else have we made? Omelets. Those the things they have not made an omelette. And we do actually presentation methods, by the way. That's why we're making a new part on our website, dressing now being modern. That's why Amaxhosa can export the same pattern but in a different context. It doesn't mean it's an all-white thing. You can't be saying.
So how is the strategy going to be executed?
But I do think that the localization is another. I mean, if you go to any other African country, I think all the ones that I went to, there's always a market where you can buy fresh produce, and you can go to market in the poorest section of Mozambique, and you can find 10 different kinds of beans. And you don't buy them in packets, you buy them, there they are. You choose what beans you want to buy, and you buy them. You can buy 30 different kinds of fish in the market in Maputo. You can't buy that here. So, I mean, that thing of local markets that people can sell their produce and so on, we just don't have it. We've lost it. It's like, and this Tiger brands, which are Chancellor is the chair of the board of Tiger Brands. I mean, they produce these highly
besides developing production,
refined, unhealthy foods.
Yes. Results.
Anyway, that's another whole story. But they dominate the market, basically. There are 3 food companies that dominate the market.
Yeah, they even sell corn.
They sell what?
Corn.
We are trying to say this is the innovation where
I like when you grow corn
we transfer the
If you look at the political economy, so if you look at it as an economist, you'll come to a different conclusion, because then you say, okay, we're going to add value, we're going to have like you had a value chain there, 6 stages of a value chain, you're going to add value at every stage, you're going to put it in a nice plastic packet and then print a coloured label on it and refrigerate it and so on. That's all making it unsustainable. And it's taking it away from its source, so it's no longer fresh. It's got less nutritious value, it's more expensive, etc. So it benefits the food company that's doing that, but it doesn't benefit the producer or the consumer. Anyway, it's like a whole argument about food being closer to where it's produced, you know, rather than taken away.
How do we get that back water? So everyone is working to place fragmentation. We are working inside to do your own thing, social development, agriculture. Then at the end we have all policies, but
well, if you want to global market, so think about something like quinoa. You know this grains are not talking to each other. This is now superfood. Whatever. It was the Bolivian peasantry eat quinoa. But they can't afford it anymore. It's like a big commercial crop for the rich. The rich is involved by all the quinoa.
This village. But it's also the control. Again, some substances and some things. What they can participate, but at the end, they learn how to substances power. They don't plan to potato and spinach. But you still make after 2 years, you still need to be there. Even some companies, but the ones who have been that ones are paying for transport. The other thing is that improve the varieties. Yes, I can produce. But my family looks like you compare the other children, especially beans and how they can afford because they are parents for being poor. So I found that among my peers, the others we live we live with them as women. You know, we can pick something not to struggle with
No, it's the system that we have, especially among our black community, that farming is where
but if they grew up struggling with farming, because
1 minute.
if you check minister's speeches during World Food Day, big land. Farming.
no, but
Tens of thousands of small farmers producing very diverse things. So you can go to a market in every town in France, and there will be farmers coming there with their produce. You will have like 100 different varieties of tomato, cheese.
I know there are 7,000
whatever.
Varieties developed.
But such diversity, because there's so many small farmers that are supporting them.
Like the indigenous crops. I've seen one of his speeches. I was like, it sounds just like what I would say in the lecture.
Actually, if you think about one kind of tomato, it all comes from ZZ tomato, ZZ or whatever. ZZ. And it gets transported all the way here to Quebec, to Spa or whatever. I mean, why are people producing tomatoes? You can grow tomatoes here, by the way.
What
what are the exported? They say no, we have sorry. Then I said, what have you achieved? I'm working on indigenous, but I'm not what are the indicators there? Then what was indicated was that we want to see this customers, the developed ones being registered. So we had to meet that area to confirm if they are developed varieties.
Farmers
So I'm talking about implementation. So since we waited for the so because they rebuilt the one from 28 because this year they must develop the one because I know they've done a lot. So they changed getting groups for indigenous into different types of sectors. There is very few that because it's progress. But it's not my thing. And it is they have motivation on what was what because if the division is not participating to say all the guys we are farming one thing together. And so that was I know the but I don't know what to feature our crops of the national police, especially nutrition security.
I just got here. Okay. I'm not going to put a policy issue or what. It's something that is just think about lack of local marketing. Could it be that it's due to the fact that like certain companies have monopolies?
For me as a researcher, I just don't know how to get my research translated into policy.
If like maybe I want sorghum seeds,
communicate
I can't find
to get my research.
Just on the certain person. I think everyone knows it.
We were just talking to a publisher, social sciences publisher.
Or maybe
I don't know if you know
the conversation. Yeah, but you were here earlier when he spoke. When there's an article that we wrote about readoption of indigenous or orphan crops. And that was in the conversation. So, I mean, I tried to write opinion pieces as much as possible so that people can realize that these crops are appropriate for our diets. I've done podcasts, I've done radio interviews. But it doesn't reach the government because the government is the only entity that can bring it into policy and then get it implemented.
Have you written to them a formal brief?
But that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
The process of policy brief is not clear.
All right, I'm going to need to come back now.
They've done that. The other one was policy briefs. But the process of taking.
All right, thank you so much, guys. I'm sorry to cut you short. So there's a statement that I often hear in conferences and workshops that South Africa has good policies, but they fail to implement. How true is that? Is it a statement that people say because they've heard it somewhere, someone has said it before, or they actually have reviewed the policies? Unfortunately, the person who said that statement is not here today. Would we say the same about policies that kind of accommodate indigenous crops, are there good policies in the first place to start there? Are the policies there before we get to what you guys were discussing? Is there anyone who has an idea? I heard one thing today when she was presenting about the Plant Improvement Act. Are there other policies that we know of? Yes. National food security. Does it have provision for indigenous?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because there's also something that I often hear, and Susie mentioned it, that sometimes it's just a statement, you know. Is it explicitly mentioned in these policies and is a clear way forward or framework or strategy, or it's...
There is a food security plan whereby we'll have the target activities from all kinds of crops. So the indigenous is also there. But the challenge is that when they were doing that plan, they didn't involve the right people. I was not part of the committee, so that was the chance that we could have feature on the. Then.
Is there room for that policy to be revised?
No, they are reviewing the plans because the first one was from 2018 until last year. Now they are doing the second one. Okay. So I'm not sure if it will feature those indigenous because people participating don't have knowledge.
Okay. I think we're already starting to hear some of the gaps because the policy-making process itself doesn't involve people who have, some people were like experts in that who can advise.
So the statement you are talking about, good policies but lacking implementation, I can attest to that as government officer.
There are good policies.
I don't know. When we say good, what are we referring to? So I can't say they are good. Okay. Or maybe good. My understanding is that good, we can say, are they implementable? The targets can be achieved, something like that.
Because it's a question that I always have when people say there are good policies but they're not being implemented. What do we really mean when we say good? Or it's a statement that we go around borrowing or stealing from other people and then we just try to use them in every conference, you know? Just a reality check. Susie? Yes.
So currently I'm doing some work on policy, looking at the policy situation on indigenous crops in the African continent, and I've done a few analyses on that. So what you usually find is there is a policy document around like a certain kind of area, and like there are so many kind of documents maybe talking about agriculture, about climate change, even about nutrition. So you look through all that. In some of those policy documents, they have a statement that says increase production of underutilized crops, or we want to have genetic diversity around these crops or protection around these crops. And then, so that's just a statement. Then there's like a strategy. So some countries will just have that policy statement. Some countries have gone ahead to have a strategy that outlines some of the activities they intend to do for some countries. And some countries also have, if not a strategy, like an action plan around that. But most of the countries that I have looked at, I think I've looked at South Africa, looked at Zambia, I've looked at Kenya, I've looked at Uganda, Nigeria, those countries. So mostly you just find a statement like increase or improve or genetic diversity. In a few places you'll find a strategy outlining this, and a few incidences you'll find like an action plan around that. And I know that in Kenya there is also a policy on increasing cassava production. I think that's the only crop that has been flagged out among all the indigenous crops. And there is whole information around that.
Did someone else want to contribute something? Okay. So from the two groups, is there someone who wants to just quickly summarize what you guys discussed? So I have some few points that I just got when I was reading around. I am an animal scientist. This is actually an area of interest as well, but I'm not an expert in indigenous crops and stuff. But what are some of the things that you discussed in groups? Maybe just one person from each group to summarize, just to get a sense of, are we on the same page? Do we identify the same gaps? So that moving forward, we know which steps to take. I know some people always like to say we talk too much, academics talk too much, but I really want us at the end of the session to have an action plan. I think that's what Dr. Q is envisioning, to have an action plan of the next steps that we will take, because just out of interest, for how long have you been researching indigenous crops?
This is my 6th year.
6. And yourself?
Okay, I started as master's, so 3 years. Then when I was doing my PhD, I focused on maize, so I was not dealing with indigenous crops. But on my research fellowship, which started in 2022, so another 3 years. So 6 years, I think, as well.
Dr. Ethel, for how long have you been researching indigenous crops?
Since 2016.
Okay. Who else say they were in? Yes, and yourself? Okay.
6 to 8 years also.
Okay, that's a long time. Is it because that's the time where there was so much interest in indigenous crops, or it was there before? Just trying to get a sense of how long this has been ongoing, this conversation.
So there was an increase in the mentioning of orphaned crops at the time. So around from 2011 onwards. So that's what interested me on the topic, knowing that these are crops that I grew up eating. So I would like to focus my research on them.
Okay. From your perspective, from the government side, for how long have you been working on this?
That was in 2006. I found the unit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they have been talking about indigenous crops since
Yes.
2006.
Mm.
Wow. That's a very long time. So looking at how things have been progressing, I'll start with you, Dr. Ethel. I'm getting to somewhere. I just want to also have a clear understanding. From when you started and now, are you close? Or it's the 2030 SDGs kind of situation?
I think that we are not even close to reaching the SDGs, and also in terms of indigenous crops, the information just keeps piling up in research, but we are not getting any closer.
And something that I just want to quickly mention that is becoming a danger. It's becoming so exciting, this indigenous crops topic, because you find people who were not even researching on it, like me, who is an animal scientist. I know we are promoting multidisciplinary kind of research. All of a sudden, I've become an expert in indigenous crops. I have things to say to policymakers because I just heard. I didn't even research about it. I haven't been to the lab to test the nutritional value, and I just come to people and tell them that they are so nutritious, they are what. So I think that's another dangerous thing that's looming. So many silos and upcoming researchers just joining the bus or the moving train, just jumping in indigenous crops. And I think it's something that really needs to be managed. I mean, it's good to do multidisciplinary research, but it's going to be a dangerous situation in the future, especially when they are being recognized and there is so much funding channeled to that kind of research. We'll find, maybe if I use the word amateur, if it's not offensive, researchers in indigenous crops trying to, cover the gaps. So back to our focus. Did I get them right on my own when I was preparing the slide? The gaps that you were discussing in your groups. Is there someone who wants to report from this group, this side? There were two groups, yes. Who's going to start? Ladies first.
I don't know if I'll compare to yours, but let me just read the ones that we've got here from our group. So the gaps in policy with regards to indigenous food crops, it was looking at the food chain at different stages of it. There is some funding from the agricultural department, but we wanted to know if there's a database so they could provide, I think with the first presentation, maybe just us to see where the funding is going, maybe track the funding. We've heard that there's NRF, there's ARC, yes. Just maybe a presentation to see where the funding goes and what kind of research is being done. So we need a database. Support for subsistence, small-scale farmers. So it was mentioned that a lot of these crops are being produced by small-scale farmers. How are they being supported, especially when it comes to the volumes, so that they can be competitive? Also, the diversity of the plants, because there's a lot of lumping that happens there, while there is different types of plants. So in order to address that, we need to look at just being diverse and specific. And then we needed localized data. There was mentioned that there is research happening from different contexts, but we have Eastern Cape localized data that we can refer to for policy and advocacy. And then what about local markets? Do we have local markets where these crops are sold? We discussed and we thought that there is a problem with local markets, so we need to look at other countries that are doing local markets where these crops can also be featured, including the diverse types of plants on those local markets. Just a disclaimer here, I know that we do have local markets. For instance, I know in KZN there's a lot of street vending and also Joburg and Gauteng, but in the Eastern Cape, that's what we're talking about, which is our local context. Do we have those? And then small-scale farmers, are they supporting these crops? Sorry, do they get support to produce these crops at volumes? We asked the question of cooperatives because we felt that one of the things that could contribute to production volumes was having cooperatives of groups of farmers. But we don't know whether cooperatives work or not because we've seen some projects failing dismally. So we need to also look into whether cooperatives work for answering the question of volume. The issue of seeds came up, that there's lack of availability of seeds as farmers keep them among themselves. So then the person on the street doesn't have access to seeds. And yeah, so that's basically, I think, what we said.
I'm sure your points from the other group will complement what she's already said. You can share. Mm-hmm. Yes, mm-hmm. You can go ahead.
Thank
Okay, from our side, I think we're guided very well, actually.
Try this one.
Okay, thanks. I think we were guided very well. Privileges of having a government official. So how we answered this was based on the question that she asked. She said, just say what it is that you want to see. And I think that made things easier. So the first one was the weak incentive. Okay, someone mentioned the weak incentive structures for indigenous crops. For those of you that were there yesterday, Dr. Piri presented and actually mentioned the zero VAT that's there on indigenous crops, and went as far as expanding, talking about what is happening in the maize industry. There's zero VAT there, I think that's what you said. And then we spoke about the regulation of how we use land. An example was made. In some communities, for instance, tribal authorities protect spaces because they know the value of the indigenous vegetation that is there. Okay, we spoke about the involvement of private sector. I think for us to get anything moving, we need money. And then market opportunity. And, what came up was that it is said that when we talk about indigenous crops, there isn't any insurance cover that is provided for people that are growing indigenous crops. And I can attest to that because I once went to one of these funders, I think it's ITC, and I was told that because you are dealing with these crops, and in particular in rural areas where there's no roads, we can't cover you. In fact, we don't cover for those kind of crops. Yeah, and what was a concern was the non-implementation of strategies. Yeah.
Thank you so much. From both groups, does anyone want to add something in case they, yes? No.
Thank you. The research that you are doing, there is no impact. Researchers are focusing on publishing and reporting.
Thank you for that. Yeah, because we always, it's kind of one-sided. We have a problem with the government. It's also nice to hear what the government wants to see from researchers.
Then the issue of tracking research funding. I'm the one who will guide the researchers to say our priorities must be matched with ours. We are focusing on this type of crops. Then I'm also participating in development of research to say this objective is not achievable, is not measurable. The other thing, I motivate for approval of the research projects on this. Then after they have implemented research trials, I do monitoring. I went, this year in April, I went to East London for this variety evaluation, intercropping, yeah, maize and indigenous, like cowpea. Then we do reporting. Then we'll say, this is not moving. We can't continue supporting it. With this one, we can proceed. So we're taking account of the money that we inject. Then the other thing is that farmers are not consulted on what will work for them. We just go there to say we have this research, we want to use your land. We do have varieties from Brazil and USA. We want to test them on your ground. Then bring your land races so that we compare. Then we'll find that the foreign ones, they are high yielders, they mature early, but they can adopt them because the taste is something else when we compare to our cowpeas and our amaranth. Then the other thing is fragmentation. Every department or organization, we are working in silos. We do have our strategy and policy. Even if we know where a Department of Health is doing something, we can find signage. We can do efforts to identify signages. So we fail, we don't achieve anything. We're just reporting what we've done, 1, 2, 3. The last one is yeah, okay. Involvement of Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the issue of silos is a global problem, especially when it comes to policy. There are no coherent policies. So you find a policy that's diverting in health, and then there's another one in agriculture. So it needs, I don't know, a top-down approach, because at the bottom you might propose and want this and that, but when it's up there, there are some policies that will block your implementations. So I think we can only do as much. So my image is back again, but it's back in style this time around. Is there anything that you notice? My confusing image is back. Is it clear? Susie's saying it's clearer. What do you see? How do you feel as researchers? Is this a true representation of what's going on with researchers? Because in my first one, the researchers were somewhere where there's some cabinet there. They were in the process. But is this the reality? And what needs to happen? In fact, I think they are frustrated. I mean, researchers are frustrated right now.
Yeah, because why sometimes researchers feel a bit frustrated in that it looks like wherever it's happening, the food insecurity situation, it's researchers to blame. Like, it's like, I think we were just having this kind of policy training some time back, and I think policymakers expect researchers to do research, then they also expect researchers to kind of communicate that research in a language that they can understand. But you know, sometimes researchers, they're just there to do research. So I feel like there needs to be some people here, if they will be called communication scientists, that can bridge this gap between researchers and policymakers and even government and donors, civil society, so that researchers be in a space where they can do research, then there is a body or people communicating that research in a way that makes other stakeholders easily understand. So that's why, in a way, researchers feel a bit kind of frustrated because they've done research over and over. But then when it comes to the situation, when you're together with a number of stakeholders, it's always like when you even present your findings to policy, it's like, I am not understanding what you're saying. So I think there needs to be some people to bridge that gap between researchers and these other stakeholders. Could it be communication scientists? I don't know, yeah.
So I hear one challenge. Dr. Ethel said we need middlemen, like in between. I have a question for us researchers. I'm also a researcher. Do we have enough evidence? We are sitting in a room with the policymakers. They have to make decisions. What can we tell them? Do we have enough evidence to sit at a table? We have 1 hour with them. Do we have a case to convince them that this is working, this will work? Do we have the data, everything that we need at this point? Anyone? Do we have it? Is it ready? There's a...
referring to. In terms of the fact that we see that what we have currently in place is not working, because people the zero hunger is not met, people are still going to bed without food. And if we are saying that we should keep on doing the same thing which is not working and expect a different result, then we are shooting ourselves in the foot. So we have to sit and discuss the fact that we have other alternatives. You know, so the start that we have to take, I think for me, is to acknowledge that we have food that we can use and not sit in a place where we are looking to the West to come and give us more food, or for them to come and suggest more alternatives when we have things that we can use. And it's time for us to leverage on what we have instead of always waiting in a pity party for someone to come and rescue us. We don't need rescuing. We just need to take what we have and run with it at this point.
Okay. Dr. Q, you seem like you have a burning issue.
It's not burning. So you are asking if we've got readily available data. Mm-hmm. Even if I did have, you know, sometimes it's not easy to say you've conducted a study, you have these findings in front of a stakeholder that you know is very much into policy. Mm-hmm. I'll make an example. We are often told that our research is meaningless, you know. So how do I gain confidence to tell you about my findings after telling you that what you're giving me is worthless, you know? I think that's one problem that we have. In fact, it's a fear more than anything from us researchers.
Is there anyone else?
Maybe it might be worth it to maybe now, maybe whenever, talk about what it is that could be considered as useful research, you know. Because I'm just thinking, some of us, I'll make an example with my colleague Salom. Salom does practical research. He manufactures things. He comes up with tools that are high level. And then you get somebody who sits with people and just relies on perceptions. But that is, for me, usable research as well. It makes some sort of contribution, theoretical contribution. But when you go to policymakers, they would tell you that it's worthless. So, yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay, Jalepo has something to say.
I wasn't responding to you, by the way.
No, I just want to highlight something very important. Okay, today let me expose you researchers. You are doing double DP. Okay, let me go on with my input. You are double DP. You apply for funding for 3 sponsors for one title or one research. So if you never worked with researchers, but I can say a lot about the researchers.
I like this. Say it. Because we really need to, if there has to be change, we really need those candid conversations where we can actually streamline things at the end of the day. This needs to be corrected from the researcher's point of view. This needs to be corrected from the government side, and so that we move along,
Different titles trying to achieving same goal or objectives. So what I like to highlight is that before you conduct a research or come up with a title, you must make sure it aligns with national priorities. If you currently are doing research that has nothing to do with food security, climate change, job creation, plant improvement, then something is not right. So make sure you align with national priorities. The other thing, what informs your title? Is it a need or is for your personal interest? So when you say, mostly you get feedback that your research is meaningless, today I'm gonna assist you. Make sure the end product from research is accurate to address the need that you have identified before you formulate title. Second one, it must be user-friendly, that end product. And then it must be useful. Useful, accurate, user-friendly. I hope I'm not leaving something, but I will check.
Okay, while still holding the mic, how robust is the process of reviewing these? Because this is in writing, so there are guidelines, cover food security, cover this, that can be written and bypass a review process. So do you have a strategy to monitor, like robustly monitor that this is happening, or once the funding is out and a publication is an output or whatever, or 3 students have graduated, that's enough from your side?
No, I've said we are monitoring from proposals until the end.
Okay.
But the something that is lacking is you call it aftercare. Maybe after 5 years, does the output had impact on the community or on the public?
Okay. Still on that, sorry, I'm now too invested in this. So, do you have funding that is set aside for that? For the
aftercare?
Yes, for researchers.
Not currently.
Are you planning on having something like that?
No, there's one project that will be catered for here Sokam, because in second season, I'm not sure if in the first season what was evaluated, then they decided to fund it further for another season. Then it was indicated to say you must include activities of after care, then they will cost it.
Okay, thank you so much. Something that I've been forgetting that I wanted to ask the indigenous crop researchers. Yesterday when Dr. Ethel presented, she projected some indigenous foods. And I'm looking at this, I'm seeing the same kind of foods. So in this landscape of indigenous crops, I see there are fruits, vegetables and stuff. Are we not focusing on certain ones and leaving out others still? Like, what's the selection criteria? Because I'm hearing a lot of amaranth, bambara nuts, yet there are so many indigenous foods. What is going on in that area? Have we selected certain ones that we think have potential to start off with, or they just gained traction for no reason? Yeah, Dr. Ethel.
So what I'm seeing from this pamphlet and from what I know about indigenous crops, there are some provinces whose crops are more prominent than others. So for example, I don't know what indigenous crops are being grown in the Eastern Cape. I don't know what indigenous crops are being grown in the Western Cape. But these crops, you even see with the names, it's either in a Limpopo language, Mpumalanga language, or a KwaZulu-Natal language. So our government official here was saying that she needed more names in other languages. So the current focus really is on the major rural provinces that are growing indigenous crops.
Because I'm looking at this from a commercializing point of view or policy perspective. Let's say there is provision to commercialize this. Which ones are going to be the first ones and why? Just something to reflect on or think about. Because like you say, there's Eastern Cape, there's Limpopo. So now when there is a policy, is it explicitly mentioning that, because with the other cash crops, they will say maize. We talk about maize, we talk about wheat. So when it comes to indigenous crops, how are we going to go about this? Because someone else who has an interest in these other indigenous crops that 90% of us don't know will have a problem. So, yes, Dr. Q?
I think the starting point there would be with crops that have the potential to I want to find the right term without sounding as if crops that would replace the likes of the maize crop. Again, I will take it back to the Green Revolution. I don't want to go there. If you look at cassava, for instance, if you look at your taros, sweet potatoes is also indigenized. If you look at those, if we can start with those, I think we would get somewhere, because already we do see them being commercialized in some markets now. And I think, for me, that would be a good starting point. But that's not to say that others must be sidelined. But as a starting point, I think those tubers that I just mentioned could be ones we could start with.
Yes, so one thing is, as we look at commercializing these crops, we shouldn't also neglect the nutrition bit of it. And so by this, I mean that, and I liked Dr. Moloko presented on the food categories. We have the cereals, we have the legumes, we have the roots and tubers, the leafy vegetables, and we have the nuts and oil and palm crops. So if we can look at those categories in that aspect and pick the ones that have substantial volume to support commercialization in each of those food crops will still ensure that the nutritional aspect is still maintained, so that we just don't have, again, people buying only roots and tubers and not leafy vegetables as well. So
I have 3 hands. Let me start with her. You have been talking. I'm coming to you. Sorry.
It's just a quick question, which I don't know the answer to, which is about teff grown in Ethiopia. So why is teff not grown here? Is it not viable?
I'm coming to you.
Teff is being grown in South Africa, particularly in the Free State, and it's being used as horse feed, and it's for export purposes. No, we're not using it in South Africa. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. The list, if you can check, is common crops that are here. We are looking at across the provinces. You go Mpumalanga, you'll get cowpea. You go KZN, cowpea. You go Northwest, cowpea. Limpopo, cowpea. But the other thing that was done, we do have a map. We conducted a survey in 2008, which shows districts, which crop is dominating there or is being planted. I will share with them. Then, in terms of priority, we go for potential for climate change mitigation, the drought tolerant, then job creation, commercialization, developed products. I'll give example. Okay, nutrition. I'll start with nutrition. We always say everyone is almost amaranth. Because we did nutritional composition, we found that it's got iron and vitamin A. Those are very important micronutrients for our country, especially for lactating and children. We want to feature them in feeding schemes. Then marula as a fruit. Marula is known for that liquor, the popular one. Marula has got vitamin C, even more than orange. So we know the benefits of vitamin C. So it has potential in terms of product development. You go in marula dominant areas, you'll get cooperatives doing marula juice, marula acha from marula peel. I tasted it. Marula jelly, marula chutney. There are all sorts of developed products. They need support for development, nutritional composition analysis, and labeling. Then we go for cowpea. You know, during food relief, food emergencies, when there is disaster, mostly they will provide the victims with SEMB or a meal with dry beans. So cowpea has got potential because it has high protein, which you can substitute for meat. It has got a lot of iron, fiber that we need. Now we are facing this diseases. We need beans for fiber and iron. So children need it for protein. So those are potential crops. You were telling me where they do have, someone is doing canning on cowpea. That's job creation, product development. So we want to see this on the shelves. But where is support? Tubers, cassava is out. You mentioned cassava in the Department of Agriculture. I was denied to go to China because for cassava education or training, because it's not known in South Africa. I don't deny you have been eating it in Mpumalanga and KZN. I'm not sure of Eastern Cape, but it's Nigerian food. It has been labeled, but now, at least now we are funding research for it. It will come. So, Amadumbe, I'm not sure of the potential in terms of yield.
Okay, you want to say something?
No.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, at the back, do we have someone who wants to contribute, even if it's a reflection on what we've been discussing so far? I don't want to leave anyone behind. Leave no one behind.
Thank you. I just want to comment from the nutrient profiling aspect, because a lot of the nutrient profiling is done against disease risk in terms of research, epidemiology of the research profile. And in South Africa, we find that there's a mix of your undernutrition and your overnutrition. So sometimes things like tubers, we often have the discussion around starch consumption, carbohydrate consumption versus other types of macronutrients. So we evaluate things such as the fiber content, the micronutrient profile of that tuber, so that we can say, as the nutrition professionals, how far do we go with regards to that and the portion guidance to the population. But we definitely know that green leafy vegetables, because of their higher nutrient profile and low energy density, tend to feature most on the promotion because of that lower density of energy. So it's not that you neglect one for the other, but it's sometimes just the disease profile around obesity and the fact that people are consuming energy-dense diets because of the cost that you will weigh up whether I'm going to eat more nutrients or whether more energy. So those are some of the things that go into that discussion. But I am very challenged by the kind of research that is happening, also not research, but also what is happening here from the government perspective. And I think it's a lot of good work for us to follow up with regards to partnering with the Department of Health and the nutrition professionals to get that information out there, because I'm sure a lot of people are working in the nutrition space. They're like, no, we didn't know, that's why we're not promoting these things. So while agricultural scientists are busy producing all this information, but the people who are teaching and educating on nutrition, they're like, no, we don't have information. We don't tell people because we don't know what's in that food. But there is data that is there, but it's just not being communicated to the public. Thank you.
I think you just mentioned something that I was going to ask in terms of the research on indigenous crops. Are you guys more like divided? There are ones that focus on the social aspect and the other people are researching these indigenous crops at the lab. Is there a connection? Like the kind of research that you do, is it like a hands-on or desktop review or lab work? Because I think that's a gap among researchers yourselves, that others are just looking at why are they not eating and all that. They just got the information that there is vitamin C, but you actually need the person who tested the vitamin C to further give insight on what happens. You need the person who is a soil scientist or whatever who's working on the ground. So like there's so much fragmentation. Dr. Ethel, you wanted to contribute something?
Yeah, as someone who is young in the field compared to the people that were doing the research from around 2010, 2011, I find that they are like a close-knit community that you cannot penetrate as a young person. So as much as we are working in silos, there are also groups of silos that it's almost like a clique. So I've tried getting into those groups, but it's almost impossible to get those people to collaborate with. So, I mean, I'm quite happy to be working with Dr. Q here in the future because, you know, we are all just emerging, and you're all just emerging in the field. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Q and Susie, there are 3 people.
I didn't have my hand up.
I
didn't have my
Can
hand
you
up.
give him first, and then
Thank you. I missed the discussion, just getting at the end tail of it. But at UKZN, I know there is a, with Prof. Relebohile Moletsane, she's spearheading a project that is funded by the Andrew Mellon Foundation called Critical Food Studies. It's quite recent, and I know they're working with a lot of masters and PhD students, just looking at the social aspects, as you were suggesting. I'm mentioning this because when the morning presentations were ongoing, I kept asking myself the same question about where is the social science or the social aspects in the research. So when we spoke about things such as stigma, around indigenous crops, for example, I wondered how can we not then look at it from an intersectional perspective that looks at the intersection of our history first, the colonialization, our apartheid spatial planning, and of course many other things such as race, gender, and the many divisions we've seen, but also the urban-rural dichotomy. I think it was Q who was talking about how indigenous crops still have not reached or penetrated the urban market. And I want to, based on just my observation where I stay, want to differ slightly on that observation because I've seen that in the supermarkets, people go for them. So for example, at Woolies, there's a supermarket called Save, which is big in Pietermaritzburg. Middle class type of thing, where you get imvino. When I first saw that, I was like, and my partner wanted to buy imvino. I was like, but this thing grows everywhere. You can just go get it. And he was like, nope, I will not be seen doing that. And I'm like, but you're willing to pay 15 rands for something you can get for free, just anywhere in the fields, in the kulela is gangin. And I think we need to look at it, that the stigma, where does it come from and how can we address it? Because if we're saying that there's food insecurity in urban spaces at universities with our students, and there is food available, but there's stigma attached to attaining that food, then there's something that we are not exploring, particularly from a social science perspective, that needs us to get in. I mean, it's like how we've socialized ourselves into believing that, you know, the innards of an animal, like the intestines, all of those things, is traditional food. And then the best parts are then kept for shops and whatnot. We call it food for the poor and all of those things. So all of those terminologies, where did they come from? Though we need to trace the history of food in South Africa, which is embedded in our unfortunate colonial and apartheid histories, unfortunately, where certain people had the privilege of eating certain particular foods and access to particular foods, and everything else was seen as discarded meals for the poor. And of course, we know who the poor are in South Africa. Thank you.
Okay, interesting. Unfortunately, we're not there. When we started, I posed a question. Let me just pose it to you again. I was like, okay, you are on your way to Durban. You bought your Airlink or whatever, and they serve you umfino, and how would you react to that? And what do you think the other passengers would, how would they feel?
They serve me umfino way in a
Yes, in the Airlink.
on an aeroplane.
Yes.
I'd be, well, I mean, I'm going to sound biased, but I'd be excited because
Okay.
that would be new for me. See, that's another thing. That one of the things that you tend to miss when you're away from home or traveling overseas is those sort of foods that we call indigenous meals. So amadumbe and all of those things.
No, I want to know umfino as part of their menu or no umfino wethu. So I'll be happy.
Prof?
Now, I just wanted to add a question about this, the social aspects of food. I mean, one of the studies that was done in Zimbabwe about the indigenous grains and drought-resistant crops was that for women, they're much more labor-intensive. So this is for people who can grow them and then process them themselves. And they said that one of the reasons why they didn't want to use them was because they're so labor-intensive. So it's an interesting aspect because if we talk about growing them for commercial purposes and processing them, then that labor is taken away from the woman in the rural homestead and possibly becomes more acceptable. I'm not sure. I mean, it's something to think about.
You know, another thing, especially women, you know, the media can control and they push a narrow narrative on us, you know. For example, for women, it's easier for them to post sushi on their social status, social media, you know, to post a sushi. Sushi? Yes. You know, for women, it's so easy, you know, but in our, you know, what do we call it, indigenous food, in our African food, they are so, it's so difficult for them to post, but they are so quick to post sushi.
Yeah, I think this stigma thing is a very big thing. I can imagine, I mean, PE, my friends are coming over and all that's stocked up in my food is indigenous stuff and all. They might just think that, hey, this girl is suffering. You know, I think that's the, oh, I've been skipping Susie. I'm sorry, I'm coming to you.
I want to contribute this thing about stigma around indigenous crops. Then I have 2 points to make, then I'll stop talking. So the thing about stigma, I come from Kenya, and for sure if you have rice here, you have some wheat product, and you have sweet potato, cassava, wherever. Like, people would rather eat those sweet potato, cassava, and in my country, it's actually being considered as a kind of, like when you're feeding on that, you're seen as even a high-class person, like you've got knowledge on the nutritional aspect. So it's not a stigma at all in my country. And like when I mentioned earlier, there was all this social media campaign around these crops on TV, on radio, wherever, to demystify the fact that they are not a poor man's diet, but they are high quality food products. Yeah. So then I just wanted, where is Dr. Moloko? I wanted to weigh on funding, and I think like we pointed out earlier, most of resources have been channeled into research on maize, wheat, and rice. And I was just wishing that the government, through the Ministry of Agriculture, could actually set aside some fund just particularly for the indigenous crops to drive research around that, to even drive this social media campaign, to drive the marketing aspects around that. If that can be set aside, I think I'll have a discussion with her when she gets back here. And then one thing that you also, like listening through, oh, she's here. I was talking about funding, and that if the government of South Africa can channel some funds just particularly to focus on indigenous crops, not to lump it like agriculture, but just to have that kind of an allocation, so that even when researchers are applying for grants, they can have a priority set that this work is only going to focus on this particular indigenous crops and in this particular aspect. And then one thing that when we've been talking through, I felt like something that is really critical missing across board, globally, continentally, is the data part of on these indigenous crops, looking at the whole food systems value chain. So can there be some kind of open science platform where that could have data particularly just on indigenous crops? People can share, and we include communities like indigenous people in this platform.
We are left with 9 minutes.
Sorry. Thank you for that. I want to talk within the context of this modern times conspicuous culture, conspicuous consumption culture, and just to add on what the gentleman was saying around it, that he finds it that women, he thinks women find it easy to post things such as sushi and whatnot. So food then becomes not only just gendered, but it's and just drawing from research that is emerging from UKZN, that it's a status symbol. So, for example, my partner is doing research on the status consumption of food by black gay men in urban communities, and how they use food as to announce that they now have joined the middle class. Basically, they're no longer poor. And there's certain types of food that they post on their social media accounts and the certain places where they go and dine. So, for example, if I open my own restaurants that I'm selling indigenous food, that is considered low class, black, so to add an element of race. So I would rather go to a restaurant that is frequented by white people, where there is a certain level of social class and there's certain westernized type of foods. And so, again, the stigma then circulates back to what happened in our continent in particularly, where we look down upon our food. I mean, I've seen so many restaurants, Ethiopian restaurants, Nigerian restaurants, where I stay, opening and closing immediately because no one wants to go there, and because they are selling so-called indigenous meals or indigenous foods. And sorry? We go there. Me and my family go there. But unfortunately, they always close, and so you have to travel to find them. But there is this association with food and status that we still have not researched and broken into and understand. And so if we are going to change attitudes, we then need to understand why certain meals or certain foods are associated with poverty, and that poverty is associated with blackness, and I assume in other countries as well.
Okay, thank you. We only have 6 minutes, and ideally we were supposed to also have a short discussion on the opportunities, for integrating these, which I think most of the things we've touched on. Just to wrap it up, like, what are the low-hanging fruits, like the entry points for researchers? Because we also need to be realistic. That's why I left this image projected, for you to know the reality of policy making. it's not like we are going to come up with something and then it has to go through all this mess, the back and forth and fights and all that, for it to become a policy. So in reality, what can we do in our capacity with what we have, Because the opportunities, we talk about funding, we need funding, there's not enough funding, leveraging some maybe global agendas, because I know as a country, the government signs agreements on certain things that we are going to do this. Like, how can we find an entry point, something that we can leverage on? Maybe it's an agreement on climate, so we bring about the facts and say, look to the government, because they already signed this deal, and they want that picture in the framework. So as researchers, I feel like we need to build a case, a strong case, for these indigenous crops, because that's the sense that I get, that there is no strong case yet. So maybe if we start from there, how do we build a strong case and streamline? Because there's a reason why I asked about the crops. Which crops? So which crops are we going to target, to build this case? Those are things that we need to reflect on. I have 4 minutes. I just want to do something weird. Are you a researcher at the back? I see you are media. Yes. Yes. Good. I'm not putting you on the spot. You know, when we talk about inclusivity, we have been sitting here discussing. This gentleman is in the media, has been recording us. I just want to hear his views, just your thoughts about, advice, actually, for the researchers. As a consumer, as a media person, what can help us? We are in trouble. Look at that picture. Researchers are frustrated. What can researchers do?
Okay, what I will say is, I personally think that there is a huge gap between the people from the rural areas with you guys, with what are you researching. There's quite a huge gap in terms of coming from the language to what you see things better than them, and also the communication to them, it's broken somewhere. What you know, what everyone knows in this room, I think it can benefit more people from the ground. I've heard a comment, I don't know who it was, but he or she was talking about, the camera. She was talking about having a small garden at homes. So that implementation, if that can be probably televised or having adverts on that on a daily basis, to educate and give people more information on how to start on that. And then we can grow much more bigger. That's what I think.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for putting you on the spot. I did that for a particular reason, because many a times it's just us exchanging researchers. There's someone there who's not in this space, not involved. Just to hear what they think, it's going to help us think and reflect on certain things. Standing in between you and your lunch, and I will hold you hostage. We have 2 minutes. I know the program director. You will do the closing, right? So maybe I should hand it over, but just to wrap it up, we still have a problem. When we started, we were having this problem identifying gaps. It doesn't have to end there. I don't feel like I'm ready to attend another session or conference where we talk about gaps, indigenous crops, this and that. So I think in the afternoon session, I'm advertising it. It's a planning workshop. So at the end of it, there's going to be next steps. And I think the missing element in all this really is multi-dimensional perspective where different groups of people work together, like the media, the researchers, civil society. We have to fight. We will never agree on one thing, you know. For a decision to be made at the end of the day, yes, you have to say researchers are researching nonsense. That's fine. Researchers are supposed to say the government is not doing ABC, and that's fine. At the end of the day, we'll reach a consensus. And we should not avoid those kinds of sittings. And I think that's moving forward, we need to think of how to really get to those government and like to gather everyone. I know people are so busy, but it has to start somewhere. I think I'm a newbie in indigenous crops. I'm still learning, but I really feel like there is so much potential. What we are not aware of is that the West are taking it over. We will hear from them, and there's going to be an agreement that's going to be signed one day on indigenous crops, and our governments will sign. But this is all our indigenous crops. They now know that they have so much potential, SDGs, their contributions towards achieving that. So we really don't have to wait for a certain agreement to feed into our national development plans and all these other frameworks. Let's just try, like, top from the bottom up kind of approach. It's not an easy one, but I see Q, do you want to wrap it up? I've taken 1 minute of your lunchtime, guys. I really want to thank you guys. I've learned so much today. I thank you so much for engaging and for, you know, when they said 1 hour, starting from what? 11, I was like, what are we going to do? But I still want to discuss more, you know. I'm sure I'll talk to some of you outside. Thank you so much for the time, and looking forward to the afternoon session.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lung. Yeah, we are going for lunch until 2 p.m., and then we're going to come back here for our session 3 on formulating strategic objectives. Thank you.
can I have these? Some of them for the kids, because I'm going to put it in our file. Do you think I can take some? Yes, I am. I just want to...
Okay. Welcome back, colleagues. What do you mean? Oh. We are proceeding with session 3 on formulating strategic objectives and action plans. And Prof. Nomalanga Mkhize Kabazela will be facilitating this session. Welcome, Kabazela. Just a bit about Prof. Mkhize. She's the current director of the School of Governmental and Social Sciences. She is an associate professor of history and conducts research primarily on 19th century African language historical texts. She has served on the board of the National Research Foundation and currently serves on the board of the Rhodes University Institute of Social and Economic Research and the Basic Education Ministerial Task Team on History. She is a fellow in the Aspen African Leadership Initiative and was also a Sam Moyo postdoctoral fellow with the National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences. Previously, she was a columnist, various media, including the Business Day, the Herald, Daily Dispatch, and others. She engages and writes across disciplines, primarily focusing on complex social questions. So please give a warm welcome to Prof. Nomalanga Mkhize.
Thank you, Dr. Ngidi. Thank you, colleagues. I think my role, I'm so sorry to only join you now, but I see Gunisani a lot. So welcome to our colleagues who are coming also from beyond the city. I don't know if you want to maybe sit a bit closer to each other, or you're comfortable as you are, probably because you're on your laptops as well. So I just want to maybe, as we get into this session, just say one or two things, if I can find the things. Glensani also just did some note-taking, but of course, I kind of had a sense of where the discussion was going to go in terms of policy. Before I was here, when I was still doing my PhD, I was actually doing my PhD on land questions. So I spent a lot of time in the Karoo. So Craddock, Middelburg, Graaff-Reinet, all those areas. Now, I think most of you, because you are in this field of agriculture, you'll know that those are the dry parts. So a lot of what was being done there was just looking at what's happening with the agricultural economy, especially with game farming and livestock and the competition between those two. But one of the things that I noticed in terms of just looking at the geography of the economic geography of these small towns is that you have to notice how two things changed black people's lives. Because normally what happens in small towns is that as farm workers get tired of the farm life because of racial inequality or they just want to leave, they tend to leave and go into cities far away. But what is happening is these small towns are actually growing. The reason they're growing is because of two things that you may or may not realize. One is the social policy of immigrants. Okay? So I don't know how much of the discussion, just before, I just wanted to put that out there so that I can sense where we're at in terms of discussing the question of indigenous food policy, because it's actually affected by the extent to which the cash economy has penetrated the totality of black people's lives. So the first thing is grants. So you see grants in action by the way in which people don't actually leave the small towns anymore. So towns like Graaff-Reinet, Craddock, and others, the townships are growing because normally people would have gone, but now they don't go because there's now a grant support system in the area, and it fuels that economy, right? So it's fueling ShopRite in every place, as you know. So where there are no grants, there would probably be no ShopRite of the magnitude that supply chain goes all the way. So I hope that's one area I'd like us to think about, because as we're talking indigenous food, you're actually having to think about the macro framework that's guiding those things on the ground. Then the second thing that, I don't know, I'm a historian, and I don't know if it's intuitive to people that are not studying human systems the way we do, that the second impact on indigenous food is electrification. Okay? So the policy to extend electricity to everyone in South Africa actually nullifies the need for agriculture to continue. Okay? So when you're thinking social policy and indigenous food systems, just as a sociologist and a historian, the biggest change in black people's food practices is electrification. So when a human settlement or when a new township is rolled out with electricity and with water, and then the social policy of grant system on top of that, what you've actually done is you've completely removed all need for people to do the kind of agriculture that they were doing and to rely on their. So I'm just saying those forces are much bigger and larger than other forces. So interventions, yeah. So I hope that makes sense. So I think there are 2 talks. Or we just, I thought they were. No, I had Miss Vanessa Black. Oh, it's just a session. Oh, okay. Yes, isn't it? Is it not? Oh, okay. So I thought that we were first going to have sessions where there were going to be presentations. So there's none whatsoever? No, it's totally open. Yeah. Oh, okay. Thanks, colleagues, then. Okay, then it was relevant still for me to lay that out, because I think last time we engaged with colleagues from agriculture, this is about 10 years ago, they wanted to model a type of, I think, a Latin American food market system. And that never got off the ground. So it'll be interesting to hear how people in the sector are now thinking. So in that sense, then, let's talk about formulation of strategies. I think perhaps if we can start with what I'm posing, which is where the social policies in South Africa are actually around putting cash into the household versus the de-skilling in terms of the indigenous food practices. I would like to hear a little bit more about that, because as I said, I am coming from another discipline, but I'm not sure how you guys actually deal with that question. Do we have another mic? Yes, please, if you can pass it around. So I want to just start there, because I think if one is thinking strategic, then then there's a question. Can I just hear from the room? Yeah. Oh, okay, I'll ask the question again. Given the fact that the biggest welfare food safety net in this country is to put cash into households, that's your safety net. When government is thinking about hunger, they are not thinking about planting. It's to make sure that the elderly and the children have got cash via social policy, which is via the grant system. So I am posing the question whether that has been considered as one of the things that may be weakening some of these aspects of agriculture, and whether there's a relationship that you guys have seen between the two. So I was hoping to think, because you see, you can say, let us be thinking about strategy, but I want to start with the big questions and look at the various pockets of social policy. So how does agriculture align itself with what is happening in terms of the actual safety net? So I don't know if there is a conversation between what is the definition of food safety net in South Africa? Sorry, if you can introduce yourself only for my purposes. Sorry, what's happened is this university has given us parallel sessions, so now we are jumping from session to another, so I'm sorry, yes.
My name is Dr. Susie Munialo, and I'm from University of Pretoria. So in our previous discussion, we hadn't considered the impact of safety protection kind of system on indigenous food production, and I think this is something that you really also have to discuss on, and yeah.
Can we just think a bit more about this? Because this is about translating policy strategically. Ne? So you've got grants as your primary. If you take this away in South Africa, you are asking for a revolution. Ne? Therefore, I would like to know if we are defining, let's just call it the food safety net. Okay? We need a minimum food safety net in South Africa. The best way the government does this is through this mechanism, right? So it seems to me that if this is government's main mechanism, ne, to then think about reintroducing indigenous foods much more deeply, we have to think in terms of policy of where indigenous food then fits into this question. Not because it's about saying the so-called poor need to eat, not amadumbe man. Ay patata. No. Okay, so I'm just trying to, okay, so that's one. And then there's the second part, and I would also like to hear your views on this. This is what I've been thinking about when Qinisani asked me to do this. So first I had to deal with food safety net, and then we'll unpack where indigenous food meets. Then, of course, I wanted to talk about the, I'll just call it the consumer market, but I want to give it, please allow me to do this. I'm going to call it high value, but it's not always high value. Okay? We'll talk about this. Here, let me just call this Woolworths, and I'll tell you why. So I hope that we're going to deal with these two aspects, okay? In terms of operationalizing what should be policy into proper strategy. Right, so let's go back to food safety net. If we vote for government, and this is how can we expand this definition so that food safety net begins to also include, let's just call it the food garden, let's just call it that, but that actually includes expanding the indigenous foods, okay? So I hope I'm not going too far away from how you spoke about this in the morning, but it's just that Qinisani made me think a lot before I came here. So these were the two. Did you talk about this? Food garden. Okay, let's hear. Thank you.
I'm not sure if it will be premature to come in, but I just want to bring this information before you. I'm Moloko from Department of Agriculture.
Yes.
What I know about the discussions around that, we do have national policy on food and nutrition security. Actually, in the beginning, it was national policy on food security. But during the talks, it was said that no, agriculture should include nutrition. Then the policy that was approved by Parliament or Cabinet, they gave it responsibility to Department of Agriculture and Department of Social Development.
Yes.
They are both implementers. They both developed that policy. Then the other thing is that during World Food Day commemoration every year, these departments come together to share responsibility in terms of supporting communities or farmers. They are working together. If you can Yeah, maybe you can Google the policy I'm talking about. You will see there's something that is happening. Because there's also, Department of Basic Education. Why do they come in? Remember, we do have nutrition feeding schemes.
I'm going to put this one here because it's your major social policy. So school feeding scheme, school nutrition program.
Yeah, school
SNP,
nutrition program.
Okay. Then we've got, I'll just put SASA here because that's obvious to everyone what we mean. This is your social policy area.
Then the Department of Health. And then how do they relate? The clinics or hospitals will procure food from local farmers. I'm just trying to link them.
Just a question. Oh, I will put that here, okay? I think in terms of thinking about policy interventions, we need to think about the major policy areas, and then I will call them minor policy areas. Major is what reaches tens of millions. Minor is what can reach a local area. Yeah. So here I'm just thinking that so you can have these interventions at the local area, Department of Health, the local clinic, that sort of thing. But it's not something that is enforced countrywide, is it?
But what I want to mention is that this policy includes indigenous food crops.
Yes. So it does include the indigenous food. I will ask a question here, but please don't, I'm just provoking as a facilitator. Do you suppose that when you are in the hospital and comes along the guy who brings the food, I'm just thinking last time I was, not so long ago, in a public hospital, comes the guy and they fed it was spaghetti and mince. That's what I got for supper. I won't forget that spaghetti. Grahamstown. So we've only got one hospital in Grahamstown. It's a public hospital. So we don't opt out of that. So, you have to drive to PE. My question is, in that context, imagine the plate arriving. I'm telling you that I got on the hospital plate spaghetti and mince. So there was probably a cost factor, etc. If we're going to make these minor policy intervention questions, we're going to have to imagine where that indigenous food sits on that hospital plate. You're going to have to imagine it because, remember who hospital plate? Let's call it hospital plate. Remember that person who's sitting here at the hospital getting that plate, we have to imagine from a policy perspective how that food gets there and what it is and whether the person must figure out if they're going to be agreeing with the government. That's one of the discussions. We've created a stigma. But South Africa City, no, government, when you cannot feed me upatata. Or you cannot feed me tindlubu in your social policy area. Yes, and then steam it and yes.
We've been talking about the presentation of food and also
okay. So we've got, I'm just going to think, and how does that from a agriculture presentation and packaging, sorry, let me put this here. How does that translate? Because it's going to bring me here. I want us to talk here because I want to suggest something. If you want social policy change, you must make the change here. Then it will come here. I think we all know that. If we're not lobbying at this level, it's never going to come to this level because that plate, people are going to say, how is it? Umpito. But nigga for esibhedlela. You know, omfino, I don't know mroho, I don't know what you call it. But no spinach. Why besnika lento esibhedlela, ne? Yes. Just pass that back.
I'm happy that you were speaking the same
Sorry, just remind me of your name. Yes. Okay.
The one thing I thought of was in the policy making, there must be a supply and demand kind of situation. Who is demanding for this policy change? Who is demanding for this policy change? Is it only the researchers? Is it the consumers? Because the public, definitely we are the policy makers because we have so much power. People can lobby and this whole street will be full of tires if a certain policy that people don't agree with comes into play. So we need to think of the demand. How do we push for that demand? I think that's where we should start from. Yeah.
Fantastic, yes. While we move there, now we're beginning to think in those practical terms because it's not landing up on the hospital plate in J. It's not going to be allowed, but the same this person who's like, yo, ngicela ningiphathele uphayi, basinika indlu esibhedlela namhlanje.
Thank you so much. I find myself at the hospital plate end because we design menus for hospitals.
Oh, wow,
I'm a dietitian. So when we are doing our cycle menus, and I worked in Grahamstown Settlers Hospital, so
so it was your spaghetti.
It could have been because with the PPP, I was involved in the planning and all of that.
It actually worked. I really was on the public side, and so the food was good enough for
the
us
uniformity.
because we were being subsidized by the private side.
Sure. So again, with the colleagues from agriculture, I'm entering this debate in terms of the silos. What happens in the Department of Health is not happening on the Department of Agriculture side, which is where the hospital plate comes in. The Department of Health has food-based dietary guidelines, which supposedly, according to FAO, should be coming agriculture, nutrition, health. But here in South Africa, we're not like that. Versus Kenya, where the agriculture and the health, they sit in one place, I think, if I understand. Also in the US, food and agriculture are together, the nutrition and the agricultural scientists. So South Africa, there's also that problem. So you find that when we're going to talk about the hospital plate, I'm the only one maybe who works within the Department of Health sector in this room, and yet we are talking about food and nutrition. So it may be that even at national level, the different directorates do have to sit together, even if they're not located within the same structure as in Kenya and the US and other international organizations, so that when health is drafting the food-based dietary guidelines, which are targeted at consumers, they can be able to incorporate the data that you are producing about the varieties and also the nutrients thereof. I'm just saying from our perspective.
You are bringing me back now. Okay, there's a comment here now to what you were saying. So now we are beginning to see synergy, Dr. Kwabe. The hospital plate is going to become a paradigm for us to think through because that's so so many things come onto that plate. They think a lot to what they put there. Ne? Now, I just thought to myself now, should they not? How much research goes into this question about indigenous foods, and how much research is going into the actual thought of how to then create, because you're asking about demand, ne? How much is going into this? Because so that the dietitian at the hospital knows that what we are doing is, yes, but for purposes of policy, we've researched how to package these things in ways that your typical patient doesn't have a problem with them. Now, let me allow you to speak, and because it is a session for you guys, and then I want us to think about these things. Because maybe it is then a presentation matter about ubatata, did we cream it, did we cube it? And then the hospital dietitian, when they put it there, the patient doesn't reject it. Yeah. Yes?
I think I just wanted to share a reflection from Kenya and the hospital plate. I think hospital plates in Kenya, they contain a bit of the indigenous foods. You'll find some indigenous vegetables on the plate. And also we have hospitals where they even planted those vegetables and they supply to their patients. It's called Ampath in Eldoret. So Ampath actually deals with people living with HIV/AIDS. And when they realized that the indigenous vegetables had high nutrition content, they planted those vegetables within the hospital compound, and they would harvest and give them to the patient. And I think I was just sharing with someone about the amaranth grain. The flour is an kind of instant immune booster.
Okay.
So that's also given to patients. So I think, and as you had said, our Department of Agriculture, Nutrition and Health kind of work together in a way.
So you've got, that sounds, I don't know, how do you feel in South Africa? That sounds much more advanced in a sense, because then you're able to manage a food garden in the hospital and then using that. I wonder our South African, very Western legal system and how you are trained in dietitian, whatever your dietetics. So guys, I just do history now. It's just that I am very interested in everything, right? But in dietetics then, how do you deal with the regulatory frameworks around how and where food is produced for the Department of Health? Because in this country, we are almost like American, so there's a lot of suing. We can sue the government.
Sure.
I found in my plate,
Yeah.
I'm suing government, yeah.
Yes, it is a loophole because, for instance, we have procurement processes that we are aware of when it comes to government. Also, there's the issue of safety. And once I cannot guarantee toxicity, food safety standards and all of that, was in my research, what I realized with the plants, especially in urban spaces, because I've been doing research in the local townships, what I realized that with the environmental safety, if you pick these plants from, let's say, a dumping area because you see that they're abundant, there's the issue of contamination and in urban spaces. So unfortunately, what limits us also within South Africa is those issues. Procurement, food safety standards. Can you guarantee this? Can you guarantee that? But we do have hospitals which grow plants in their own compounds, especially more of the rural Eastern Cape hospitals. They do food gardens and they do use the food from those gardens in the kitchens. So we do have a bit of leeway with that there are hospitals, especially the rural hospitals. My colleagues are doing food gardenings in their hospitals, I know that. But when it comes to procurement processes, we do understand the context that we work in.
So if we were to now have the sitting system, Mount Aleph, I don't know where they have a food garden somewhere, but now we've got this food garden, we've got spinach and cabbage or something. What happens now in terms of the hospital using that garden, in terms of our guidelines in South Africa?
They would do, because in normal, for instance, I know in the TB hospitals, usually because they keep patients for longer and it can be an activity for patients. If it is harvested from that garden, the same as with the school gardens, because we also have school gardens, so the food does get consumed by that group of patients or that group of scholars which have a backyard garden. Yes, because it's considered both as an activity and also as food production. But the concern that I was highlighting within food safety was things around guarantees. Which, if, for instance, the plants are not picked, for instance, I know in urban areas, people pick them from dumping sites because they do grow like crazy. But they go pick them and sell them at the local markets, and they won't tell you that I picked this from a dumping site. Yeah. You know, those are issues that we need to be aware of. And you know, in my interactions with the community, I've found that it's a thing that people will pick from dumping sites and sell to others.
So your supply chain systems in South Africa, it's going to matter when we're talking about who is growing that indigenous food on this side of the and whether we are going to impact local areas. So we want to talk strategy. One of the things, and maybe this is why Glinsani asked me to facilitate this, is because I'm very action-oriented. So when we have to think through problems, I don't want to be given abstract. We think through the problem by what could happen. So by the time you're coming up with your recommendations and interventions, you're closer to reality. So this is a very interesting aspect. Okay, I want us to jump to this, and I'm going to tell you a story, and then I want you to think back. This weekend, what happened? I was at Woolworths. I'm looking for chicken. So I bent down and I see this funny chicken, and I'm like, hey, bo, this is a new type of chicken here. It's umleqwa. I'm saying it with that tone because it was at Woolworths. It's saying umleqwa. I was like, hey, bo, Woolworths is selling umleqwa. It's selling, now, I don't know, inkukhu yasekhaya. It's selling the traditional chicken, what we call the traditional chicken. I thought, this is amazing. They must really be gunning after that black middle class. They are coming after us like, hey, here's your mother's umleqwa at Woolworths, ne? So I pick up umleqwa and I think, okay, they've done idombolo. It was, then they did iguinya. It was a bit better than the dombolo. Then I'm looking at umleqwa and I look and I can see ukuthi nyan umleqwa lo. The wing is longer than normal, You can see the bone is hard. And so I took it home and I read the instructions, and they've done their food science onto it. So all I have to do is take this thing and put it in the pot for 20 minutes. It's already semi-pre-cooked. And then after 20 minutes, I can just put it in the oven to roast up or whatever. So we did that. It was okay. It wasn't the best umleqwa. You can tell it's coming from a private school. But, but it was nevertheless, the concept was there. What is going on here? The same indigenous food that's stigmatized in our lives is becoming a high-value product here. I'm sure you guys have this discussion a lot. Yes. So the question now is, if this market is beginning to be decolonized, for lack of a better word, or just return to normal, all the things that we were told were bad are suddenly considered of value. So what are your views on how policy makers are going to be able to deal with this space? Is it possible for the questions of building suppliers to work here? I'd just like us to talk about this. And also from a personal point, I think people should also share their personal views. Why is this happening? Why suddenly is Woolworths putting the foods that we eat in their shops? I really want to hear. Sorry, the mic. There you go. Oh, you want to say something? Okay. What has happened?
Yeah, this is very challenging. The other stigma around indigenous food is that they take long to cook.
Okay.
So there we can feature a convenience. The other issue is power now. Electricity is very expensive. Then for me to cook that muleko
For
at
3 hours.
home for 3 hours, I can't
happening.
afford. So I will prefer, as long as I afford, I'll go to Woolworths, even if it's not, convenience.
I'm happy that, again, that you've raised the issue of the electrification, because I think that's where I started. Electrification is a revolution for human beings. It changes how you eat, how you cook, what you eat, what you buy. It changes everything. And it is not factored into social policy thinking. It's only on the energy supply side, but it's not factored in terms of how it transforms society, right? Because I can tell you, if Uqinisani was living in the, I'm sure where you come from in the rural areas, Benilus, where you herding cattle, there's so much less cattle herding. Why? Because fewer people need cattle now. You don't need that store of value in the same way. So you're actually transforming your society. That's why I say, have you seen how many young men in the villages now just hang around the tavern? they've got no cattle to fetch. So you have to think like that. And if you don't think like, if you think only, you see, in South Africa, if I could put it like this, sociological thinking, especially, you know, I connect with Uqinisani because we think broadly, but sociological thinking in social policy can be very absent. So I'm telling you, if you live in a rural area, you know that electrification has consequences even as it brings benefits. Yeah.
I've got something to share there.
Share, please.
Far north, past Ngandla, there's this one household. So they were introducing this free electricity. They didn't have electricity in the area. They still don't have because they didn't want it. So when Eskom came there, when they got there, this man had, I think, about 100 cows, or more than 100 cows. But they're going to put electricity and just sold it. It's going to be free of charge. You won't have to pay and whatnot. His response was, I don't want this thing. And it was so interesting to see that some people actually think like that.
See it.
But then I think he was thinking of it because, again, another thing he said was, Abafana, they will come and take my cows at night.
Yes.
You know? So it's interesting to see Uguti, much as we need electricity in that sense, it can also actually be an inconvenience for farmers.
Well, it has a cultural impact. And these cultural impacts are economic impacts, because what electricity will then do, so let's look back at social policy. The electricity and the grants together are there as a safety net, but be clear that they are transforming the cultural basis of that society, right? Because now they will lock you into value chains. They immediately locked millions of black South Africans into ShopRite checkers and disincentivized agricultural upskilling from the rural perspective. So you have to rethink now what it means to use land when you've got electricity, including the fact that it changes your food preparation practices, right? So if you look at other countries around the world, they've been able to maintain their indigenous foods even as they are so-called modernizing. In South Africa, it's much more abrupt, the changes. So you end up with the supply chain going straight into the corporate retail market. Right? So if you are growing your chickens here in your space, only your grandmother has time to go and make a fire and cook that chicken on that fire for 3-4 hours. Ne? Because your grandmother has to make a fire to cook that one chicken. Because we didn't eat all the chickens all the time. Also, we didn't eat a chicken every day. We ate the chicken. Your grandmother would cook that chicken for a reason. So even our diet was different for that reason, right? And obviously, I'm not saying things were magical. I'm just saying under those constraints. Now, the chicken that's imported from America, the one that came because of the trade agreements, was that agua, the one that resulted in all of Rainbow Chicken being shut down across the N3 Maritzburg, ne? That chicken, which is a trade war issue, lands up in the fridge at the same ShopRite checkers that is the supply chain. That is that value chain that this food safety net depends on. Then you will buy that chicken, and it's much easier and quicker to cook it on the electricity. So your war between your indigenous food versus what your actual social safety net depends on is what you need to understand. And so as we're thinking in terms of the hospital plate, what's on my hospital plate, that's why we can now get a bit more concrete. How do we make interventions that will allow a certain type of food to overcome these forces and land on the hospital plate? And we're starting to think more concretely, I think, right? So we spoke about the supply chain, and then there's environmental issues. Now, I want to just talk, okay, so, and then we realized that the high value market does accept indigenous food because it's packaged for the middle class, and they reintroduce these things back to us. So my question is there a form of advocacy from agriculture? So from you spoke about researchers, are it just researchers who are advocating for this? Is there room for a more creative and more unusual thinking in your field about can we show that the indigenous food can be reaccepted? But it's really become a matter of rethinking how it is put together, and then we can find policy interventions to make sure it lands on a hospital plate. I mean, the other thing is ulusu. What's that in English? Tribe. I was shocked for the first time in my life to discover tribe at Spa. And it was white. It was washed and cleaned. It was different. I was shocked out of my mind. Yes, so just pass the mic. So that was interesting. I was like, oh, yeah.
I think earlier we spoke about this, within the culture, the conspicuous consumption culture, and how food is then becoming a symbol, a status symbol.
Yes.
And that these value chains are now seeing that.
Yeah.
They are seeing the increasing black middle class, for example, and so they want to repackage such that even if it's something like usu, where at home ni bogela phansi, if it's packaged in a Woolies, whatever else sort of packaging, it then becomes attractive. And so that is how they it's like a full circle.
It's a full circle.
Yeah. Just earlier I made this example with me and my partner when we walked into a shop and we see imbuya. And this is something that is free. Yes. Including at Woolies. This is something that is freely available everywhere.
But now it's packaged. Yeah.
And my partner's like, let's buy this. I haven't had this in a long. And I'm like, but let's. I mean, this thing is everywhere.
Let's find it in the garden.
We can just go and collect it. That was a total no. It's like maybe it's like, I mean, the reaction gave me a sense that there is a fear of being seen collecting food on the side of the road. So it's much better packaged in a Woolies pack, nicely wrapped and costs 15 rands for something that you can find for free. And so I think the understanding that we aspire, I guess, as black people, because of the poverty, the circle of poverty, and the enduring oppression we've experienced, we aspire towards a middle class kind of lifestyle. And this comes with a rejection of certain things that have been stigmatized and stereotyped, and this then affects how we eat. I mean, you make an example, for example, I remember growing up that eating chicken was a Sunday delicacy. Or a birthday party delicacy.
Or a traveling.
Yeah, or a traveling. If you have a school function or we're going to the beach, it was always vegetables and fruits, and we grew up on beans and cabbage and all of those things. But that has since changed. I mean, every day in my house there is a meat.
There's a meat.
There's meat. And I mean, look at our health.
And here, you can't escape this thing very easily. I mean, what's that guy, ShopRite, Whitey Basson? He's pocketing 700 million personally over the time that he's been the CEO of ShopRite before he left. 700 million, one person. And if you ask me why, it's because of this, actually. You see? And I'm not saying it's wrong. We all know we need this. There's no South Africa if we get rid of this. We're going to burn as a country. But the pact with the devil is if you do this, you are giving up that. So we have to now be able to do comparative analysis with countries that managed to do these things. I don't know what the researchers, please come in now here. One of the things that so in Germany, when I first visited Germany, I was surprised by how many little gardens people had, right? So there's this residential area, and then you just drive a little bit out of the suburb and you'll see gardens everywhere. And the Germans go and they plant their gardens. And I discovered that after the Second World War, I think, or maybe even earlier, I can't remember, there was a conscious policy that says, as we are urbanizing, we mustn't lose touch with the soil. So that is why in Germany, they've got their, I don't know what they call them, Kleingarten or whatever. And I thought it was magical, because you'd see these Europeans, because you know, you're coming from here and you're thinking, oh my God, I'm going to see lights and whatever. What I saw was people going to their gardens. They've got a system there where you lease your plot. The government leases it to you, so it doesn't belong to you even. So there's no privatization of that garden space. And so you lease it, and then you pass it on, I think, on death back to the system, and you grow your own things. That was social policy. And in South Africa, I think because we've been driven by people at Treasury and all the accountants and I don't know who else, people who only come up with technical solutions. We're good at, right, we need to get money to 20 million people, and these 20 million people need to get this money on this day of the month, that day. It's a fantastic system. But that system now needs to be supported by more than a technical solution now, which is now, what shall we call this? Because we need to find the language to call the social policy. They've got technical abilities. What is this thinking, what do you call your thinking in your sector? You see, if we say it's cultural, what do you call it? Because if you say it's cultural, they start thinking that, oh, you guys are trying to do some tribalist something, where that's not what you're doing. They don't say that about the Germans. So my question is, what do you call that type of policy that's moving beyond the technical? You've now got your technical systems. They're fantastic. There's no African country that does what South Africa does with this. You literally get money into people's hands, 20 million people or something, every month, without fail. Now we're saying that's all good and well. It had consequences. Now we need to have a corrective action in terms of what lands up on someone's plate. Yeah.
I think maybe to throw in my 2 cents worth into that is that it's because a lot of research is driven from a positivist paradigm, as you can imagine. A lot of quantitative researchers who are looking at technical solutions. I feel that maybe as a new entrant into doing qualitative research, in just me listening to Omama who've been telling me about indigenous vegetables, it's only then when I began to appreciate the social value of these foods.
Let's call it social value research.
Sure.
That's what we're talking about
to my participants, and I was like, no, I came in here to tell you about 5 fruits and vegetables a day because that's what my background is. But then now that I'm there, I've realized, man, there's a lot of social value that the mothers connected me to in my conversations with them. And as a result, I went back to speak to my mother, almost to apologize for the fact that I've neglected all of this because I never understood it before. So it does need a little bit of social value work in terms of having conversation, intergenerational conversations maybe about the plants, because I mentioned that even as black children, there was always farming around us, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, malume, everyone. But because we saw it as labor intensive, as the fact that you had food, but you still didn't have money for school fees, you know, so you really felt like that was poor. But now that maybe you can appreciate things like social value, which is what Woolies is marketing, because they are not marketing to people who don't know. Exactly, nostalgia. They are marketing sentiment and nostalgia, because I was surprised that my own brother bought that ulusu from Woolies. There's actually a lusu. Like, this guy, he knows what proper ulusu is. But they bought it because it connects them. And by the time they're there in their suburbs, they don't necessarily have an animal to quickly slaughter and get the ulusu, but they appreciate that sentiment. So I'm trying to say, maybe as scientists, we also are maybe, as you are saying, we are maybe too technical sometimes and not aware of the soft side of what is it that people are looking for when they're going to buy this food from Woolies. I know that in the informal markets, people can even drive from their suburbs to go buy usmali in Tloko because there's something they're looking for. And maybe that's what we need to look at those values that people associate with this food.
So is there any comment further from the researchers? Before, just allow you some conversation, yeah? Just pass them. This is yours for typing up.
Okay, from a research perspective, I think it's something that I was discussing with a colleague who sets the research agenda, because we need money to do research. So there are some global agendas, there are some global funds that come in and they want a certain thing to be researched on, which is not particularly like a problem that you really need to research on. So maybe the government should also set a research agenda in terms of that. And I was also going to ask, when it comes to policies, I think I mentioned this earlier, where does the government sit in terms of being part of certain international and global agreements? You know, how does that affect what then happens in the national frameworks and all that? So we also need to think about that, how it also affects the planning and everything that trickles down, like to the village, like from a global perspective.
Yes, and I think that was the point, right, about the AGWA agreements. Barack Obama dumped chicken into this country, right? Because he was thinking about the American farmers. And then I think we had to do a trade because we didn't want them not to take our wine or something. We needed our wine to, the people that study these value chains will know better than I do. Okay, sure.
And just in addition to what she mentioned about policies, there is so much policy incoherences.
Yes.
Like globally.
Globally.
Policies are just opposing each other and scratching each other. And I don't know how that can be dealt with. So I was involved in sort of designing a toolkit for country UN resident coordinators. It is a big problem, even at a global level, the issue of policy incoherence. Like, even from an organization perspective, WHO is doing their thing, FAO is doing their thing, UNICEF is doing that, and they work with governments. So you find that there is repetition of things, instead of pulling those resources together and achieving one goal. So it's like a very big issue. So, but what can we do on our level, like that top-down approach, because bottom-up approach? Because right now, let me stop here.
I will say, let's take advantage then of policy incoherence, because it means that you can also assert your kind of viewpoint, right? So we've got 5 minutes. What I would like to then do in terms of wrapping up, this has been a great conversation, right? And I hope Plinsani will do the notes for us. I think we came to this point that there's, okay, please don't stop doing the technical things because we need to deliver this thing. This thing has to be delivered. There's no way South Africa survives if this is not happening. But we notice that there is a micro level or a minor level of social policy that's more localized, where we may be able to make some differences. But I think from a research point of view, it's wonderful to have health people and food people all together, right? You have to construct the language. So I'm thinking, you know, what you said is powerful. You need to there's a technical problem that needs to be solved, but there's a social value argument to be made. And we make that argument by pointing out what happens in the high value markets. The high value markets are benefiting from the social value, the nostalgia, the sentiment. So these two things are already showing that there is a possibility. Then what it then takes is thinking a little bit more about research in the areas of, okay, because now you will have different kinds of problems. You don't want to monocrop in indigenous food, right? You don't want to start planting imbuya only or tindlubu only. So that's why I'm thinking, let's think then from a research perspective about these minor levels at which things can land up maybe at the Mount Aleph level, okay, or the Grahamstown level, at least in my world. And think about how to enable this feature, this character of social value to be as important in social policy. So in other words, and this is I think where I used to not enjoy Trevor Manuel. I always felt like Trevor Manuel was interested in this technical approach, but if you try to point out a social value issue, it's got no place. The only way I think to advocate for indigenous foods is to argue about why social value is a thing and what it means to people. Not just meaning, but then you go beyond that and you start unpacking the need. But being aware that these issues of presentation, packaging, and convenience are your biggest areas of innovation. And that if we don't innovate here, we'll be in trouble because, and by innovation, I don't mean Woolies. I just mean whatever it takes. I just know that at some point everyone was selling us moringa powder. Okay, and I don't know, that's a, and at some point everyone was selling us that, but so I don't want us to go the moringa powder route either. But that there is a question there, and then you have to think about our context of supply chain. Research needs to go into here, the regulatory frameworks, and then comparative study of other countries, especially other countries that are non-Western, where Western food is not found to dominate the plate. Yeah. So with that, I think if we think about these things, then these are recommendations for ourselves, because these then translate better into, okay, this is what the policy would mean. I don't think we're going to win the policy war by giving them 5 points around. These are significant. No, they're not going to listen to us around those. So I wonder if there was something else. Are there any last thoughts in the room before we close the session? Yes. The mic, sorry.
I was just thinking, one of the things that we could also get, like smallholder farmers involved in production of these crops in such a way that they even reach these high-end markets, the Woolworths and all that, is that if we could determine the profitability of these crops as well, indigenous crops, in a way that farmers know that when I'm producing this, I can be able to get this amount of money. It's going to translate into my income level and improve my living standards. And also one of the things that we've always struggled with is the volumes. Yeah, even if we want to reach Woolworths, for example, do smallholder farmers have that kind of capacity for them to, and so pulling them together in a way in groups, and yeah, so I think that will also contribute.
Yes. Yes. So I'm going to put it next to this one.
Yeah.
Remember, at the point at which I bought that mlekwa sustainable at Woolworths, I had to ask myself, who was the farmer? And I can guarantee you it's probably not Umakumalo somewhere, right? I think one lesson that we need to take is the lesson from cannabis. That when you open up indigenous, or let's say areas that were previously prohibited but were the area and domain of people either on the margins or people underground, you immediately allow big players into that area, like here. So in terms, again, you can say, no, let's open up indigenous foods, but you're actually opening up a space for Woolworths and not for this person. This is what's happened with cannabis across the board. So we need to take the lessons of Dacha and what has happened in terms of who is actually now a player and a producer. It's actually the people who are busy processing. I mean, I at least know one very wealthy young white person that I know from long ago who's been able to do a cannabis processing plant because they've just got so much investment. So this thing is going to hit these people. So I think the researchers really need to think about all of this. But I think we can win at the level of saying there's a social value, and the social value, we actually need to almost, I mean, I don't do this kind of research much, but in terms of theorizing what is social value in social policy implementation. Right? Yeah, okay. Sorry?
Lost interest in farming is because of those grants.
Yeah.
Because most of the fields are just fallow now.
Yes.
Because almost
well, if your old people are now saying, listen, we did fight for freedom, we do now have a better state of, being. So I'm thinking of my grandmother, who has been a peasant all her life. And, we all grew up with the grandmother. You wake up at 4 in the morning, you go and you plow, and you eat the things that you are producing there. Amadumbe are on the stove, Now, there's no reason for my grandmother to continue because, one, I'm no longer there. Two, why should she when this is easier for her life? She's already had a hard life. So there's a disincentive. And then remember, again, we spoke about electrification. Electrification not only took the young men away from cattle rearing, it then also allowed a multiplication of types of settlement. All right? So you're now losing grazing ground in South Africa. I know this from home in my village. We've lost grazing ground just from the sheer amount of people. Remember, people no longer want to go to town. It's too expensive, the rates. So your black middle class is all now in the village. So we've lost common grazing ground, right? And so added to that, by the way, we all, and this has got nothing to do, it's not our fault, but as we buy more and more commodities, I remember when the first CD player and DVD player arrived, that was the beginning of crime in our village. Because now young men were breaking our windows to come get your CD player, because it was small enough to run with, ne? So and the DVD player especially. So in that context, you are dealing with structural situations, but you're watching the change at your level. And so when you're watching the change at your level, it's changing the entire political outlook of people. Everyone is now sitting, we all know, for example, now rural areas have fences everywhere. 15 years ago, you could walk through your neighbor's house just like that. None of us do that anymore. All of us have fences. Those things transform everything that we think about, what we're eating, and all of these things become transformed. So beyond that, we need to situate indigenous foods not just as a stigma question, but as a question of how rapid the social transformation has become in the sociology of South Africa. Otherwise, your policy won't make sense. It'll be like, these people just hate themselves. They just don't want to eat their foods. No, there's a whole range of changes. And unfortunately for us, when changes happen to black people, they are less easy to perceive, right? In the sense of they are really changing what we value and what our lives are about. Right? And so, and of course, I mean, yeah, there's a lot to discuss with this, but I think there's a lot of scope to really take this concept and apply it and then see, we're not going to touch this one though. Yeah. Until you're not going to touch it. And even if you wanted to touch it, you have to prove to government that you can sustain this thing. All right. Is there anything more? But I think we run out of time. What's the next session, Doc?
Implementation and monitoring frameworks.
Okay. Okay. I'm definitely not a monitoring specialist.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Can I take this?
Colleagues, we are starting the final session. Maybe if you could stand up just a little bit. Stand up, please. Please stand up. And just stretch. Feels like the grave shift, just stretch. Yeah, thank you so much, colleagues. Okay, so we're starting session 4, excuse me, implementation and monitoring frameworks, and we have Ms. Vanessa Black as our first presenter on the effective strategies for enacting agricultural policies on indigenous crops. I'm not sure if Ms. Vanessa Black is here. Oh, she's joining online. Just a bit about Ms. Black. She serves as an advocacy research and policy coordinator at BioWatch, which is an environmental justice NGO established in the late 90s. BioWatch works with smallholder farmers, other civil society organizations, and government to ensure that people have control over their food, agricultural processes, resources, and other natural resources within a biodiverse, agroecological, and sustainable system. So she will be joining us online, I hear. I'm not sure if... Is she here? Oh, okay. All right.
And Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vanessa Black, and I'm from BioWatch South Africa, based in Durban. Thank you for having me, joining me this afternoon virtually. I appreciate it. Policies on indigenous crops. So I just wanted to share that BioWatch, as I said, is an NGO, and our work is twofold. We journey with agroecological smallholder farmers. For a long time, it's been in the very north of KwaZulu-Natal, but we are increasingly working with other farmers spreading across the province. The second part of our work is to critique the industrialized agriculture and food system because of its toll, the toll this way of producing our food is having on our health and its damage to planetary ecosystems. And instead we advocate for agroecology, for food sovereignty, and our research, our advocacy and policy interventions are thus grounded in the experience of the smallholder farmers with whom we work. So, having said that, from the get-go, for us, indigenous crops and agroecology go hand in hand, especially with the diverse agroecological smallholder systems which we are advocating for. Why is this? For us, agroecological systems revive and build on local knowledge about cultivated foods, but also the wild harvested foods in each area and the traditional food cultures in that area. And this is, I think, an essential aspect of reviving and including indigenous crops on our plates. Agroecology also emphasizes diversity to be able to create the balance needed to build soil fertility and balance pests with predators without synthetic chemicals. So through this diverse cropping, a range of indigenous crops are included: legumes for soil cover and fertility, staple grains, and diverse vegetables. Here we see one of the farmers whom we work with, Petrus Makanya in Kwangwanas, where his cropping system is integrated into the natural ecosystem. And in this picture, for example, at a time when farmers had received no rain through the summer rainfall period from early December last year until March when this picture was taken, and where they are growing in pretty much in dune sand. We can see here melons, emerging finger millets, sesame, tall pearl millets, and groundnuts. So we can see that these all intercrop well and are resilient, given the very difficult conditions they were growing in. And they provide staple grains, oils, long-storing vegetables, greens, and animal fodder. And as I've mentioned, most of those are indigenous and underutilized crops that we'd be wanting to revive. With a range of methods to build soil organic matter, increase soil organisms, and conserve water, agroecological food systems are highly productive, as you can see in this field in Kwahoho. And because pests are naturally managed and weeds are kept in check by the timing of planting of legumes and other creeping intercrops, one can also harvest a large variety of uncultivated greens, so the emifinos, that are very nutritious and that in normal commercial, conventional farming systems would be wiped out and toxic to eat because of the herbicides that are used to manage the weeds. So given the opportunities created by agroecology, we really think that underutilized and indigenous crops fit together. And we really wouldn't want to see indigenous crops being substituted for current commodity crops and then planted on large-scale monocultures. Instead, we advocate for scaling out these highly productive agroecological and smaller systems, and rather aggregating the diverse produce that comes out of them for local consumption and local markets as a way to address the nutrition crisis we are facing in South Africa. Agroecology also isn't just something that we are advocating in South Africa. Agroecology is increasingly recognized globally. And at the international policy level, the high-level panel of experts to the UN Committee on Food Security have identified 13 principles that underpin the transition to agroecological food systems. And they are outlined here in this illustration. And the integration of indigenous crops, I think, can be linked to several of these, and I've highlighted them in red. So, for example, indigenous crops are really part of social values and diets and the ability of people to choose what they want to eat in accordance with their culture. They also can help with economic diversification. So having these very mixed cropping systems means that if you have a failure in one crop for one reason or another, you've still got multiple other crops to rely on, both for your household food security but also income. They contribute to biodiversity. And I think they're also very closely related to soil health, because they not only are often very resilient in difficult conditions and poor soil, but many of them, the legumes in particular, are very important in contributing to healthier soils in smallholder systems. So the first policy opportunity I'm recommending is really to join farmers and civil society in South Africa calling for policy support for agroecology, and at the very least for an agroecology strategy in South Africa that will recognize agroecological producers and provide appropriate support to their needs. Many farmers are complaining that if they're not taking the inputs that are currently offered by government, there isn't any other support for them if they want to choose to farm in this way. And our partner organization, African Center for Biodiversity, has provided these excellent publications where they've analyzed existing policies in South Africa that are already in place in terms of their potential to support agroecology, using those HLPE 13 principles to as a way of assessing them. And so I'm not going to dwell further on how existing policies could support agroecology and thus indigenous crops, because you can delve into these publications and explore them further. The next area that I want to speak about that really needs policy support is that of farmer-led seed systems. And for BioWatch, seed is at the center of agroecology. And as Corinne Ngomizulu, the farmer here, says, she needs the field to nurture the seed so that she has seed. But also, without seed, there is no agroecology and food security, let alone food sovereignty. Why support farmer-led seed systems? And for us, that's because farmer seed enables farmers to choose what, how, and when they plant. And if they don't have that choice and they are relying on commercial seed, the types of seed provided don't grow well in the conditions smallholder face and aren't going to include the cultural choices of crops and foods that many farmers want, and the particular varieties of crops that farmers value, and thus are not going to include the indigenous crops. And usually also the commercial seed goes along with agrochemicals that eliminate most of the leafy vegetables and diversity that we've been speaking about. Another reason that farmer-led seed systems need policy support is because indigenous crops and seeds are very often linked to place-specific cultural practices and knowledge. So the traditional knowledge of their harvesting, of their processing, of their storage, of preparation and use in food is often held locally and has been eroded and is being lost. And so it needs our support to be revived, and so that the knowledge can be shared from farmer to farmer. And BioWatch has had a campaign to try and interest farmers in reviving finger and pearl millet and sorghum in the areas that we work. And many farmers received seed or exchanged seed and started growing these crops in the last year. But then once they had them, they really were unsure about what to do. So an important part of our support to their farmer-led seed systems has been enabling that exchange of knowledge around how to do the harvesting and processing, as we can see here. Other ways that we've been supporting farmer-led seed systems and farmers' rights to save, use and exchange and even sell seed have also been to support household seed banks, so that farmers have their seeds safely secured at home, but then to link those household seed banks through community seed networks by linking farmers in an area, but also linking farmers between areas and between different parts of the province, and even between provinces. We also had to do quite a lot of work in some places to explore with farmers what crops they had, what crops they were very secure in, and what crops were possibly held by a gogo somewhere and was in very small supply and then needed to be brought into the group and bulked and shared and expanded so that that seed and that crop was reintroduced in that area. So a very big part of our policy work has been around seed laws or laws in relation to seed, and particularly between plant breeders' rights or intellectual property rights over seed and us wanting to promote farmers' rights. So there's been a very long process in South Africa around publishing or developing and enacting a Plant Breeders' Rights Act and a Plant Improvement Act that really support plant breeders' rights. And now we're starting to talk about how we can try and carve out a space to support farmers' rights and farmer-led seed systems. And South Africa hopefully is imminently ratifying something called the International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture. And next week, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development will be consulting on how we can work with that treaty and provisions in the treaties to support farmers' rights and what that could mean for more supportive policy. And also to say that there's developing human rights law through a declaration on the rights of peasants and other people working in rural areas that also reinforces farmers' rights to seed and to cultural practices in support of their seed systems. So I think that's still quite a contested area that needs support and needs more involvement from civil society and also academia to make sure that farmers' rights are secured in our laws. Other areas that are opportunities, particularly at this time, as I said, we've had this campaign to try and revive militant sorghum, and one of the reasons that we've had this campaign is because we're very aware that with the climate change that we've been experiencing in KwaZulu-Natal, the millets and the sorghums are far, far more resilient, together with agroecological practices, but they enable farmers to have food when crops like maize start failing. And we know that with the changes we can expect in the country, that maize is going to be an increasingly hard crop to continue growing. So we've recently enacted the Climate Change Act in South Africa, and with that comes a responsibility for the sectors in our country to develop their climate change adaptation and mitigation plans, including for agriculture. And I think this is an opportunity where we really need to start saying what do we want to see in the agricultural sector in terms of the kinds of crops that are supported and promoted, and the inclusion of cultural foods and climate resilient crops as part of a just transition. So there's been quite a lot of discussion in civil society around what a just transition of the food system would look like in terms of climate change, and the importance of indigenous crops as part of people's culture and affirming that as part of that just transition. Another area of policy that we need to be looking at is under the Convention on Biological Diversity. Under that, there's a new, fairly recent global biodiversity framework that sets targets to conserve our biodiversity. And target 10 under that is to enhance biodiversity and sustainability in agriculture. And within that, it includes agroecological approaches and agro-biodiversity as indicators. So South Africa is soon going to have to update its national biodiversity strategy and action plan from 2026 onwards, and so that's another opportunity to look into how those action plans include the indigenous and underutilized crops that we are thinking of including. And I think this is really important, that we often don't think about agricultural biodiversity. When we think about biodiversity, we're just thinking about, not just, but we're thinking about the wild biodiversity, the animals and insects, etc. But agricultural diversity is also being lost at a rapid rate, not only crop diversity, but also animal breeds, although that's not under discussion here. But yeah, if we can rethink about biodiversity, very importantly, including the really rich heritage of food plants that we've inherited as people. And then a last opportunity I want to speak about is around the UN Food Systems Summit process, which was really criticized internationally, but which is continuing. And DALROD is responsible at the moment for inclusive, multi-sector, multi-stakeholder national food systems dialogues in 2024. And this process, or these processes, include a draft strategy for rebuilding agri-food systems to be more inclusive, sustainable, resilient, and efficient, especially following the disturbances to our food system we've experienced. And also that intervention is supposed to update and look at how we can operationalize, integrate, implement, localize the national food systems pathways that were developed under the UNFSS process. And it's expected to achieve the following outcomes that you can read, but one of them is for the food systems pathway subcommittees. And why I'm mentioning all of this, strategic actions towards food systems transformation have been identified. The first of which is to enhance sustainable local production for local consumption of safe, nutritious and indigenous foods. And sub-actions include support to smallholder producers to farm sustainably, to promote indigenous foods in the food basket and produce these foods at a household level. So lots of opportunity there, I think, to include indigenous crops. And these objectives for food systems transformation are linked to Objective 2 of the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan. And that Objective 2 is to establish inclusive local food value chains to support access to nutritious and affordable food. But this National Food and Nutrition Security Plan is currently being revised for the period 2024 to 2029. And part of that revision or updating of it is to look at the indicators that will be used for measuring progress on the strategic objectives. And these indicators include ones on indigenous crops and foods. And civil society have been trying to engage, and some academics actually have been trying to engage on these indicators, but we're finding it quite challenging in that it's difficult to gather data or have data sources for setting meaningful indicators in some areas for improving our nutrition. And then the last thing I want to mention is not about policy, but really the flip side of the coin. So if we've got policy encouraging us to incorporate indigenous crops in our production systems and our food systems, we also need to spend efforts to work on the consumer side. So as I've mentioned, a lot of the knowledge around how to process and prepare some of these foods has been lost and is being lost. But also with the impact of processed foods, particularly young people are losing the taste for some of these foods. And that's one of the things that the farmers we work with complain about, that children are losing interest in their traditional foods. And there's no point in growing them if the family's not wanting to eat them anymore. So really we have our work cut out for us in advocating for the benefits of these indigenous and underutilized crops for our food and nutrition security going forward, as well as our climate resilience, etc. So that's it from me. Thank you very much for listening and looking at my presentation, and I'm sorry I can't be there to engage with you further.
Training at home.
All right, thank you so much. Colleagues, we've reached the end of our program, but before we end, I would like to call Dr. Kwabe just to give us a wrap-up and a short, brief summary of today's activities, and then we shall wrap up. So this is the last you'll hear from me, and I'm handing things over now to Dr. Kwabe.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you very much, Dr. Ngeti. I call him Ndu. It's awkward for me to call him Dr. Ngeti. So Ngiyabonga Ndu. I see people are tired, super exhausted. I'm not going to take more than 2 minutes, I promise. I just want to thank everyone for being a part of this session. I thank you for your contributions. And maybe as a, because it's been a long day, I think it's worth it for me to just recap a bit on the things that we discussed during the course of the day. I think we started by pointing out a lot of wrongs, talking about the stereotypes, the stigma around indigenous food crops. And then we heard from Dr. Munyalo. She gave us a beautiful summary on the economic contribution of indigenous food crops as it relates to Africa. And then we shifted then to the policy landscape, where we learned from Dr. Lungu that policy formulation is a messy process, and we actually looked into those gaps. I think what we didn't realize was that we actually sort of like had a clue what the gaps are, the existing gaps are, just that we went away that we were holding those. And what is particularly interesting for me is a comment that was made that we aren't making any meaningful contributions as researchers. And I didn't take that in a bad light. I hope nobody else does here. But it's actually a challenge to those of us that consider ourselves as researchers to say, how do we make our research usable? Because if I may confess, we also have a big rock on our shoulder because we are pushing, as academics, we are pushing for those promotions. And we are often told our impact is measured by our output, and output in academia is measured by the number of papers that we produce. And so it becomes a burden. And we always want to keep pressing. And I think that is where we lose it sometimes. So the challenge then for us is let's go back, let us try and produce meaningful research that could be usable. In fact, that is usable in policy-making spaces. Also, we learned that our research must align with national policies, very important, and those were indicated for us. I think priority areas were listed, 4 of them: climate change, commercialization, job creation, and nutrition were indicated. And somebody made a suggestion, I think it was Sharon, who said that we need to have an open science platform where research on indigenous crops is shared. But in doing so, we must then not forget the indigenous peoples, because this is, in a way, their property. That took us to the last session. Why? That took us to the last session, where we were talking about the strategic objectives for integrating, I'm scared now to say underutilized crops, I'll just say indigenous crops, into national policies. Professor Mkhize was just here, and what was a highlight for me was were 2 recommendations actually on social value research and conducting a comparative study with other countries. And then we just had Miss Black, Vanessa, who I think beautifully summarized what we've been talking about throughout the day. She spoke about best practices for implementing agricultural policies for indigenous crops. And we had an apology. We were supposed to have one last session from Ms. Lombe, the one who was sitting here. She's not feeling well, so she had to excuse herself. But she's given us a framework for a session. It was on designing the implementation and monitoring frameworks for indigenous and underutilized crops policies. So we will circulate that because she sent me an email of that framework. yeah, if I could just have everybody's email address for those of you that are interested, I will gladly do that. I think the last part for me, having had all these conversations, having heard from the presenters and, of course, your valuable contributions, the question for me is, what do we then do? Because this was just a start of a very important project. I don't want to call it a conversation because I feel like I will be lowering the value of it. So what's next then? What do we do from here? I want to hear from you because it doesn't end at this moment.
My little input. Since there've been a lot that is happening on the ground about indigenous food, from research, product development, all those things. I think it's high time we present this to the politicians. So let's start with looking for information on the processes of towards navigating our briefs to these principles, because I think that's where they say gap. There are a number of policy briefs that have been developed before ours, our planned hours, so they ended nowhere. So let's try to check the processes regarding that, so that if we decide to draft one, we know where to take it to. Thank you.
Thank you. That is well noted. I've got 2 mics, I just need 1. Pela, I'm a lecturer, and in my class when people are not participating, you know what I do. I don't have to say it. So please don't tempt me. Who hasn't spoken?
Can I just have one last word to ask people to please look on the South African Food Sovereignty Campaign website and just have a look at that and see. I mean, if you've got students who are interested in this, who would mobilize around it, or if you have groups of smallholder farmers who could be part of it, it's on the SAFSC, South African Food Sovereignty Campaign. And yeah, there's lots of information and useful tools and things to use, etc. Thanks.
I thought you were taking the mic to make a contribution. Everybody's tired.
Yeah. So I think it's nice that we've really had very good discussion, interesting ideas coming out, and we need to document these ideas on paper. And then, as Dr. Moloko has said, we need to build a strong case so that we can face the politicians, the policy makers with tangible kind of facts about these crops. So I think we need to document these and have something that will take to these people. So I would say we can continue the discussion. I don't know if we could have webinars sometimes, or I don't know how people like to do this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for a great session. I really enjoyed. It was very insightful for me. I agree with all the suggestions. We really need to identify an entry point, like a low-hanging fruit, something that is not too complicated. I'm imagining the idea of the policy brief. It's coming from us. I feel like something that is documented or written with some people that are like champions in that space who are a bit more influential. Maybe you plan with them and have these ideas together so that they can take them up in a way, and you try to hold them accountable to like really nag them, feedback kind of a situation. I don't know who are the champions who are at that level, who advocate for the indigenous crops or such things that can be identified and approached, and be ready for questions from them, be ready with the evidence. Just one thing that I thought of, Susie mentioned something about creation of markets and stuff. And Dr. Mkhize did mention that we might be opening up space for commercial farmers to take over. So I'm thinking of the preparedness at the smallholder farmer level, the ones that are currently producing. How prepared are they? So we can really try to grab those low-hanging fruits, like the trainings. They can already start doing that before policies and all are implemented, so that there is evidence that, okay, these farmers actually exist, we have trained them, because when it comes to market access, there are some organic certification. Do they know about that? Do they have them? So we maybe can try to start at that level as well, like train these farmers, help them get the organic certification, because if I'm talking about supplying to woolies, they'll ask about that, the quality, the what, or alternatively, create a market that is not too demanding, but there's a food safety issue. So how then can we accommodate the smallholder farmers who are already producing this, so that the commercial industry doesn't steal their glory in that space? Yeah.
Thank you. I think in closing, I will say that there will be a report that's going to be written on this, and then it will be circulated. I just wish we had written our email addresses somewhere. I think I blame myself for that. But before you leave, may I please just request that you write your email address. Susie is going to help me. She will circulate a pad, and then we will send out that report. And also, I think, as you can hear from the recommendations that are being made, this is still a work in progress. So I think it might also be worthwhile to think about formulating a small group where we are continuing these conversations. And Sharon is saying that we might want to bring on board people that are renowned in the space. Not that we aren't, I think we are. But people that are going to help us in really getting our voices heard, especially by policymakers. So with that said, it's been a very long day. Thank you very much for your time. We truly appreciate it, and I wish you well for the rest of your day.